Shalom, everyone. Assalamu alaikum, Islam to all the Moors. All right, y'all. So let's get started. It's been a few days, and let's pick it back up. So we're still in the astrology of the Old Testament. In fact, this is the free astrotheology course. All right. Our textbook is the Astrology of the Old Testament, or the Lost Word Regained, published in 1892. The author is Carl Anderson. All right, y'all. Let me just check to see if we have a signal, because I'm on my other device and I don't see that we are live. I don't see it. Can y'all put something in the comment section if you can? I don't see I don't see the video being streamed right now on my device. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me check. Let me check another way. It's always drama when I go live. Always a problem. Always a problem. So let's see. No, it's not showing on. Huh. Oh boy. Okay, y'all. Well, I'm gonna let me try it one more way. See, there's no need to do it if when I'm live, the live stream does not go through. So let me check it again. You know, I don't even get notifications when I go live, from other accounts and things like that. No, it's not showing up. What the heck is going on? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
All right, so if you want this information, you link to the free PDF. It's in the description area.
No. What the heck? Says I'm live. So I'm not seeing the live stream, y'all. What the heck? Hold on. Shoot. Assalamu alaikum, shalom everyone. The settings were changed in my account again. So hold on. Let me see if it's streaming. No, still no. Video was set to private and I did not set it to private. Let me check. All right. Mic check, mic check. All right. It looks like it's okay. Let me see. Yeah, it's okay now. So, my settings were changed. It was changed to private video. I always have the videos public. I didn't change it. But anyway, now I know next time before I go live, I need to check the settings. But anyway, here we is. So welcome to the free astrotheology course. I'm Dr. Yasapa from Zion Law School, Paleo. Next time, this is live. I need to change. I need to check this. Welcome to the free astrotheology course. I'm Dr. Yasapa. Our textbook is the Astrology of the Old Testament, or the Lost Word Regained, as y'all can see it, published in 1892, and the author is Carl Anderson. I think I put a copy of the link in the description area of this video. If not, you have to find it. I got it free, so you can get it free also. Okay? So anyway, let's get started. The last couple of classes I thought were a lot of fun. And we left off on page 208. And let me just say this. With the solar zodiac projection, from everything that I have read, came in and became dominant, let me put it that way, was ushered in or became dominant during the reign of Pharaoh Menes, who was the first human pharaoh. Now, human is a contracted form of Han-Uman, H-A-N-U-M-A-N. Human is contracted, so they deleted the A and N after the H so that you get H-U-M-A-N, human. Now, back in the 90s, so Ligma PFV writes, the placement of stars and planets in the universe and has virtually zero effect on human behavior, and this is a proven fact. There are not gods. They are not gods. They are not divine. They are burning spheres. That is all. Well, that's definitely how our ancient ancestors conceived them, as being fire. And that they became gods. This is something, this is a remix. This is a part of the downfall. So our ancient ancestors, Sabian Moors, Kemites, Hamites, before the solar zodiac, we looked at the heavenly bodies or the celestial bodies as simply being celestial bodies, fires in the sky. And then that was remixed. They became planetary. They were remixed into planetary and then gods. And then, of course, after that, let me rephrase that. They were remixed into planetary deities. Okay. Now, our ancestors had already created stories or mythologies that were easy to understand so that they could teach the science to each generation, the children. And those mythologies were eventually remixed into histories, into religious histories. So that's where this notion of the gods, devils, and demons come in. And as far as, what did you say? The universe has zero effect on human behavior. Okay, so some people say that, other people don't. If you go back even just maybe 40 years, yeah, if you go back 40 years, people would have said that it's impossible, or 50 years or 100 years, people would have said, well, it's impossible to have wireless communication. They would say it's been scientifically proven. In fact, I think the guy who was it that's given credit for coming out with radio, was it Marconi? They said he was crazy. Right, they said he was crazy. So, and besides, most of what scientists believed as fact 100 years ago, 200 years ago, has been determined by later generations of scientists to not be fact at all, to have no basis in science, in fact. Okay? And then secondly, this is a level that most people don't go to. You said it's been proven. Who proved it? And what's their character? What institutions or organizations are they associated with? What's their ideology? Or are you saying that they should be given credibility just because they're scientists? Are we supposed to be still so naive, politically naive, to believe that just because someone is a scientist and they have a job at a big university, that they're honest, that there's a relationship between scholarly research and honesty and morality? No, the evidence says exactly the same. The evidence says exactly the opposite. Because science is used for manipulation and warfare. It's used to rob people of their birthrights. So, Ligma FPB writes, we don't have to take it on opinion, though. There have been dozens of controlled scientific studies done on astrological claims, and they've all failed. Well, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Well, maybe they failed because what they're looking at has nothing to do with the mechanism of how it happens. Now, what we do know is this: the moon has an effect on Earth. The sun has an effect on Earth. These are heavenly bodies. Okay? What does he say? We don't have to assume whether they are honest or not. We're not assuming. It's a fact that they are not. You just look at the pharmaceutical companies. Look at what they've done recently. You'd have to be an idiot. No, actually, you'd have to be a believer. You have to be a believer to think that those universities, those organizations producing this content that you're talking about, this research, are honest. You'd have to be a believer, which it appears you are a believer. They provide their evidence. Yeah, and here's another thing. Where do they get the evidence? Do they make the evidence up? See, you don't know. You weren't there. You're giving credibility to people and organizations who you know nothing about. You don't have a deep knowledge about who they are and what they are. No, you're just a believer. You believe that because it's this organization and they receive this much money from whoever they receive it from, you think that they're honest. Well, that model has played out, whoever you are. Nobody falls for that BS anymore. That's colonization. That's what you call colonization. All right, doctrine of discovery, manifest destiny. That's what that is. There's 101 stories that talk about evidence-based science. Well, yeah, you can go choose the evidence. You can go create the evidence. You can do all of these things and present it, and it looks great to people who don't understand the subject matter. Let me see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me read what you got. Ligma FPF. He continues. Peer review means nothing. Peer review is supporting the point that I'm making. Peer review says that if you're not part of the club that the oppressors have put in place, your viewpoint is not getting across. The only viewpoint that's going to get across is the viewpoint of the oppressor, or the viewpoint of the social engineering agents involved. That's what peer review is. So you have to be naive to think that a group of colonists would. You want to say hello?
You are okay?
Yeah. You want to say hello? Live streaming.
Live stream.
You want to say hello? Or you're shy? Thank you. Just a minute, scholars. Oh, go ahead. Just take. Okay. So what about you got an order?
You took me twice.
That's okay. You're my
But
friend.
it's so much. It's so much.
I didn't last you 2 days. It's okay. Order something for yourself. Thank you. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye. I just had my lunch delivered. Let me see. Hold on, Ligma FPV. Let me read what you got here. Are you a man or a woman, Ligma? Hold on. Let me see. You got. I'm gonna try to read all your comments. Okay, so so Ligma FPV writes, we don't have to assume whether they're honest or not. They provide their evidence to their studies. Nothing is a secret. That's not true, Ligma PF. That's absolutely not true. The entire public can view it. That's what peer review is. Well, the system is rigged, and it's been rigged. And there's some things that I would like to say, but if I talk about it, YouTube will take the video down and strike the channel. I know that from experience. The reason that we can trust them is because everyone from various organizations that aren't even related come to the same conclusion. The conspiracy that would have to be in place. Okay, so you're saying there would have to be a conspiracy on an unbelievable scale. Well, guess what? There is. It's called secret societies. It's called corporate interest. Do you think this is I mean, you're starting to make me laugh, Ligma. Hold on. It says you don't have to take their word for it. Hold on. You can study a group of people's behavior over the course of months, or so map the various positions of planets and stars, see for yourself that their behavior doesn't change. It's a proven fact. Well, actually, it's not. I apologize, but I have to get ready for work. I hope you have a wonderful day, and maybe we can talk truth about this in the future. Okay, that sounds great. Felix, and thanks too for putting your opinions in. I enjoy going through it. Felix Fortuna writes, YouTube will cancel. Oops, fat fingers, fat, fat finger little keys. Yeah, YouTube will cancel video with controversial topics, or not let the algorithm into the video feeds. That's the truth. That's absolutely the truth. See, what people don't know is that science, what they call science, I don't know what. Let me put it like this. If there is a known criminal, he is a publicly, or she, they are known criminals, known robbers, known manipulators. They are known to have a Jones for gold, known deceivers, known to act secretly in a secret global brotherhood. None of this stuff is unknown. Known to function through religion and corporate nation states. All of this is known. Known to be cruel beyond anything that you could ever imagine. Known to be robbers of birthright. Known to manipulate facts. Known to manipulate evidence. Known to genocide people out. Why would you believe anything they say? You'd have to be a believer. You'd have to be brainwashed into thinking that these criminals would ever present something to you that's to your benefit, that they would ever present something consistently truthful. You'd have to be dumb. Well, let me not say that. Let me not. The people have been conditioned to believe, okay, in what they call science today. But science is a religion and is used as a weapon. Whether y'all like it or not, that's just a fact. You just look at the world around you. Let me read some of these comments. What is this? Hold on, y'all. The light reflects off of my screen. It's hard to see it. So someone, Believe It, writes, the Lord showed me that real meaning of Revelation 12 is not like you think, but amazing. All right. So I know Revelation to be, not only me, I didn't make it up, but I've learned through study that the book of Revelation is astrology. It's astrotheology. It's just astrotheology. Now, if people think that electromagnetism doesn't have an effect on consciousness, well, that's quite humorous. It's quite humorous. Okay? It's quite humorous. I would argue differently. That's just common sense. Electromagnetism does not have an effect on consciousness. It does not have an effect at all on any type of cycles. For example, your circadian rhythm, women's menstruation, right? Weather, seasons. Of course, mass consciousness. And our ancestors preserved this information. They preserved it. And I don't know about y'all, but I trust my ancient ancestors. I don't trust these colonizing hybrids who are in power. I don't care what they say. You can even look at the things that they hold most sacred to them. For example, they say they hold their Christianity, Islam, Judaism. These are sacred things to them. But what have they been used for? They have been used for warfare, for robbery, for genocide. Now, people might not like that, but that's just the truth. You go back and look at the wars, who were involved? It's always religions. But are the religions fighting against each other? At the lower levels, yes. At the upper levels, no. They're all on the same team. But they're creating a reality for you, just like the Wizard of Oz created a reality for everybody who was in Oz. Okay? They create reality. At the top, they're all on the same team. Okay? They're all on the same team, but they don't want you to know that. And they act just like what's going on with let's say, in the U.S. corporation. What's going on right now? What Trump is doing. Do y'all think that Trump, do you really think Trump is helping you? Do you really think that what Trump is doing is in opposition to what the Democrats were doing? No. No, it's not. It's the same plan. They're executing the same plan. It's just different actors. Okay, different actors. And they're manipulating y'all. Manipulating the hell out of y'all. Because y'all believe. Because y'all believe. So they change they change the president, and they change the issues to keep y'all divided and fighting and laughing at y'all while they execute the same plan. The very same plan. Okay? That's all. And y'all go for it just like children. Why? Because you are believers. You've been indoctrinated to believe in someone else, an external savior that's gonna come save you, solve all your problems for you. For many of y'all, it was Biden. Right? It's either the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm talking about in the corporate U.S. jurisdiction. Why? Because you've been conditioned through religion. Christianity, Judaism, Islam. Okay? Because if you were thinking in terms of what's best for you and the people, you do things for yourself. You wouldn't want or even expect somebody else to do things for you. You would act in the best interest of yourself and all of men. But that's not what's happening, is it? Y'all all looking for a benefit and an advantage and up on somebody else. That's why you keep getting played. That's why you keep getting played. Felix Fortuna writes, best explanation for revelation and miracles and stories are from John McHugh, cuneiform polysemy. His explanation is superb. Hey, if you don't mind, put a link so other people can check it out. I'm not familiar with it. And then they use the Bible and prophecy to play you like a cheap piano. They're the puppet master. End time prophecy. And they manufacture the fulfillment of the prophecies. Yeah, they manufacture it. They stage these events. In other words, what's the word that they're what do you call it when you push the sheep or you push the cattle in a certain direction? So y'all getting played. And they've been doing it for a long time. That's the whole purpose of religion. That is the absolute purpose of religion. See, they put themselves in the position of God. Okay? But you don't know it because you don't study astrotheology. And in some ways, I have to I have to laugh, otherwise it would be very depressing. Most people are still looking for the religious promise of going to heaven, God's kingdom, and all of this. And still afraid of what the colonizers are going to do to them if they stand up and be a man or a woman. It is very sad. Very, very sad. When everything you need is inside of here, your mind. That's it. That's it. We could easily turn the tables. We could easily get rid of these colonizers and oppressors through the workshop of our mind. Some people, I remember when I was younger, I was talking to someone. No, I was listening to an audio program on this topic. Man, and this lady, she was in my car, and she heard it. And you know what it was? It was Think and Grow Rich. It was Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. I was listening to the unabridged, to the unabridged version of Think and Grow Rich. 10 hours or so. Napoleon Hill got to the point where he started talking about the mastermind, right? And then he started also talking about, what does he call it? He doesn't give it a name, but he talked about how he, you know what made that book so successful? Because he spoke to the people in riddles, mysteries, because he never comes out and tells you the secret. But he tells you how he came about getting the title to his book. He said he really gave his subconscious mind a workover. But he never told you what the mechanism is. But he gave you a hint, which is the subconscious mind. But anyway, back to the story. So that lady, who in fact she was an in-law, she said, "You really believe that?" I said, "Yeah, I know it's true because I use it." I was young. And man, she went back and she talked about me like a dog. Tried to make me sound like I'm lazy. I think that all I got to do is think about something. You know, I think that all I need to do is think about something. I don't need to do any work. And made me laugh, y'all. It really, really made me laugh. Because she tried to discredit me and humiliate me, disgrace me, because of something someone else said that she didn't understand anything about and had no experience with, right? But I laughed at her in her foolishness and in her ignorance and in her arrogance. To say something like that she knew nothing about. She wasn't even familiar with the book. And she had the nerve to be a nurse. Of course, they don't teach nurses anything about that. But my point is, when you go into the workshop of the mind, you can bend reality. Okay? This is something that is not taught to the masses. They don't give you this, they give you God. And in recent times, since, was it the late 90s, early 2000s, y'all, they gave you manifesting. They gave you manifesting. In other words, they gave you a hint to keep you running in circles. To keep you running in circles. But let me tell you this. When you go into the workshop, and here, I'm going to tell y'all, this is what it is. Okay, this is what you have been cheated out of. And all of your ancestors, since the solar rites, the solar religions, the solar zodiac came into existence. Here it is, and it's simple, so don't expect anything really cool sounding, anything spectacular. It is simple. It is simply relax your body and your mind. That's it. And then consciously, with will, with intent, slow your brain cycles down to between 7 at the low end, 14 at the high end. Usually it's going to be somewhere in the middle, 10 cycles per second. Okay? So what happens when you do that? Your left and your right brain begin to harmonize and act together. They work together. When you're awake, because of the culture, because of Western culture, and increasingly Eastern culture, people are more left side, left hemisphere, analytical, and creativity and intuition are discouraged, even frowned upon. But when you're at 10 cycles per second, now both hemispheres of the brain are working together. And this is what we call the workshop of the mind. So what are the tools that we use in the workshop of the mind? Tool number 1 is visualization. So what is visualization? Visualization is seeing something in your mind's eye. So that faculty of the mind is developed through practice, through use. Okay, so for example, if you look at an orange or an apple with your eyes open, close your eyes. Now you're in darkness. You're in the ancient darkness. See, the darkness is ancient. Y'all see that? Our ancestors called what's called today God, our ancestors called that the ancient darkness. This is the mind. This is the mind, the ancient darkness. Ain't no lights there. Close your eyes, there are no lights. The only way you can experience light is through the eyes, through these organs. Consciousness is dark, absolute darkness. Hope y'all are putting 2 and 2 together. So, in the function of bending reality, creating reality, or what y'all been taught to call manifesting, this would be the Hermetic law of gender. Because you are forming, you are reforming, and producing, attracting to you whatever it is that you desire. Okay? But let's go back to visualization. So now you practice seeing something in the same detail, exactly the same as when your eyes are open. Okay? Now let's talk about imagination. Imagination is when you look at the orange, let's say you change the orange in one way or another. Maybe instead of the orange being round, you make the orange square. That's imagination. Okay? Or the orange is round, maybe you make it into the shape of a heart, a triangle. Okay? Maybe instead of orange, you make it purple. You change that object. This is imagination. All right? Okay? So now that you have developed your faculty of visualization and imagination, then all you need to do is add into there a teaspoon of positive expectation and another teaspoon of feeling how you would feel as if you've already have these things, as if it is your reality. Y'all see it? And so you see yourself doing, being, having, or you see yourself in the outcome, having the outcome that you want. Okay, so you visualize and then you change that image with imagination, right? And then you expect that you will have it, that outcome, and then you feel the feelings that you will feel when you have it. All right? And if you have an illness that you want to get rid of or to cure, heal yourself from, or if you want to help someone else in a different part of the world, it doesn't matter where they are at. It does not matter where they are physically at. You can return them to normal health through your mind. There is no limit. See, this is what Napoleon Hill talked about when this is what he meant when he said, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Okay, this is the workshop of the mind. Now, so how is this going to happen in the physical, in the world of physics? Okay, so and I haven't given y'all the whole story about the workshop of the mind, because there's a way to get into the workshop of the mind, and then there's a way to come out of the workshop of the mind. And can you achieve, or can you enter into the workshop of the mind with your eyes open? Yes. With practice, yes, you can do it. Can you do it while you're having a conversation? Yes. That's the beauty of it, because through practice you develop those faculties of your mind, and now you have conscious control over them. And now, connotatively speaking, you have walked into your authentic, righteous, natural role, connotatively speaking, as God, the creator of your own reality. And see, they took that from you and gave you an external God who you need to do things for to get this God's attention. Okay? And you need to go through a priest class in order to get that God's attention. Okay? And you need to conduct your life according to a dogmatic religious belief system, which is often or almost always out of harmony with nature, so that nature will act against you and punish you. In other words, it'll send you corrective feedback in the form of pain and suffering until you correct yourself. But you'll never realize that, because you're detached from nature and you think that it's the devil doing it to you, but it's you doing it to yourself, because you're out of harmony with nature. You're out here injuring people and harming people. And you think that because it's you, everything is going to be good. Everything is supposed to go right for you. You know, you don't suspect that you're going to get chronic illnesses or a heart attack or a stroke or stress, or that people won't like you as a consequence, amongst other things, of course. And so, well, how does it work out? So now that you've done this in your everyday life, guess what happens? And I'm speaking from experience. You begin to meet the right people. The wrong people go. Opportunities begin to flow your way, and then you take them. Things just come to you. Yeah, that's how it works. But see, y'all don't want to believe that, because y'all, let me tell you, y'all have been in the covenant of work and labor your whole life. And you think that you got to work in this world and you got to pay for everything you want. I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm saying that that's not natural. the corporations have set this system up where you need to pay for everything. Everything comes free at birth. This is a birthright. It comes free at birth as a birthright. If you are an autochthonous man or woman, an autochthonous Moor. I'm not talking about the hybrid class. Because in law, as it says, that the human, the Han Uman, the human, is non-descendable. Y'all look at it yourself. Look up human in a law dictionary. It's going to say monster. And it's going to tell you that the monster is not allowed or cannot inherit land. Right? And remember, land, why is that important? Because land is the substance and subject matter of the law. In other words, property, all things of value that come from the land are property. But that would include your rights. So what are your rights? Your rights are all those things that allow you to do, be, and have whatever it is you want to do without being injured or harmed. So my rights end where they infringe on your rights or harm you or injure you, and vice versa. That's the way it is. But y'all don't want to accept that. Most people don't want to accept that. So what's the astrological correlation? Well, the covenant of work, the covenant of labor, is Aries. The vernal or spring equinox. Aries, the Lamb of God, who is, in religion, Jesus Christ, the Lamb of God. This is what's putting you in bondage. Now there's another covenant on the opposite end, which is Libra or Libra, which is the covenant of grace. Ma'at, the balanced scales. All right? But y'all don't want to hear anything about that. The balanced scales, that's where the birthright is, where Mother Earth gives you everything for free. For free. In other words, you didn't lift a finger for it. But Mother Earth, now remember, Mother Earth is remixed from the solar zodiac projection to be Virgo. Virgo. But Virgo is a remix of the Great Mother Typhoon, the celestial ship of the north, also called the Thigh of the Great Bear, in the circumpolar zodiac, which is the original zodiac. Y'all heard? So you've been played. You have been massively played. Whatever you want. And let me make this statement too. One man or woman going into the workshop of the mind can bend reality, change reality to whatever they want for themselves. Okay, but you must remember, there are opposers. There are opposers. See, this is the Satan, right? The opposer, the adversary in religion. Astrotheologically, you have what? The solstitial line, June 21st, 22nd, okay, the summer solstice, the S-U-N sun is the S-O-N sun. This is the Christ. The sun takes on the title of Christ. This is the higher self. So draw a line straight down. That'll take you to December 21st or the winter solstice. Okay? Or the winter solstice. Now y'all hear me out. Don't draw a judgment yet. Just hear me out. So the ancient Ibaryath, the Phoenician Hebrew, okay, or the Phoenician Canaanite language, It's all the same. When there's a line, opposite ends of the same line, the extreme opposite end of that same line, this is called Shaitan. In modern English, Satan. It just means opposite or opposing end of the same line. But that's been remixed into dogmatic religion as being a god, devil, a demon, who is in opposition to God. Who is God? Who is God, y'all? God is the Christ. Well, who is the Christ? The higher self. Well, who's the higher self? It's the Son. The S-U-N is the S-O-N. So who's this devil? This devil is the lower self. So we have a higher self and a lower self. So the lower self is in opposition to the higher self. The lower self is in opposition to the higher self. So there are those who oppose the higher self mindset and activities. So now you have one person who's following the mindset, or who has taken back and living according to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, which is Circle 7, Clock of Destiny, Natural Law, Don't Harm Anyone, Don't Injure Anyone, and time cycles, celestial and terrestrial. This is the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Now there are those who don't want that to happen. These would be the Solarites. Y'all ever know that religious people, there's always drama with religious people? Always drama. From the members and the ecclesiastical class. They're always fighting with each other, right? So you get one mind. Let's say me. Let's say there are 2 minds, 3 minds, 4 minds, 5 minds, 10 minds of the opposers. They're producing geometrically more energy to bend reality to what they want it to be than what one mind can do on its own. Okay? So 2 minds, 3 minds, 4 minds, 5 people coming together in the workshop of the mind with a common set of goals and objectives, going into the workshop of the mind, produce more mind power than one alone. Okay, and plus the actions that follow that. So if you really want to be free, if you really want the colonizing and the oppression, the feudalism to stop, you have to go into the workshop of the mind, and you have to form groups and solve problems in the workshop of the mind. Never solve a problem, or never even attempt to make a decision or solve a problem when you are not in the workshop of the mind, because it will be an inferior decision. And you cannot bend reality. You cannot influence at the same level that you can in the workshop of the mind. So people, all we need to do is come together in groups. We don't have to be in the same physical room. It might be better. But when you go into the subconscious mind, in the workshop of the mind, you're communicating with the higher selves of other people. You can even influence adversaries to do what you want them to do, or you can influence them to decide that they don't want to be in the world of physics anymore. They may decide to leave the world of physics, if you understand what I mean. Huh? And that's where we win. See, this is why great men like Noble Drew Ali told the Moors. He says, if I could just get you to think. And then he said, be yourself. Return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. Now, do y'all understand what that means? If I could just get you to think. Well, thinking is a function or an activity of the mind. The mind is the first Hermetic law, the Hermetic law of mentalism. If I could just get you to think. If I could just get you to be yourself. Well, mentalism is the first Hermetic law, and the other 6 Hermetic laws come from the first. And the Great Mother Typhoon is a Hermetic law of gender. The Hermetic law of gender in its function of giving birth, in its function of changing. It is the Holy Spirit. It is, in fact, the subconscious mind. If I could just get you to think, be yourself. Return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. Do you hear what the man just told you? He told you what I'm telling you now. But I'm telling it to you more directly. Remember, he said that the half has not been told. So that when we come together as autochthonous men and women, we should make decisions in the workshop of the mind. We should do our, well, for lack of a better, let me use this let me use terminology that everybody understands. Spiritual warfare. That is to be done in the workshop of the mind. Okay? In the workshop of the mind. So you cannot win. You don't have the articles of warfare that you would need to fight a physical battle, a hot battle. You don't have that. Right? But what you can do is use the universe, or for you religious people, use the Holy Spirit. Use the mother of beginnings. The mother of beginnings. I'm talking about the workshop of the mind, the celestial ship of the north, the Great Mother Typhoon, the Hermetic law of gender. To form, to transform our current situation into the kingdom of God, connotatively speaking. Okay, get rid of all of this feudalism, all of this colonialism. Y'all heard? So, and by the way, you know where our ancestors fell off? You know where they fell off? When they started worshiping these European deities. And when I say European, I'm not talking about the current group who calls themselves European. Because they were not even a thought when our ancestors did these things. Remember, our ancestors created Christianity, the solar religions. This is new stuff. If you believe their chronology, it's going back to 4,000 to 5,000 to 4,000 to 4,500 BCE under Menes, the first human pharaoh. So there were three classes of pharaohs, three epochs of pharaohs. The first were the were they the gods? Yeah, the gods. The second was the demigods, and then the third was the the gods, the demigods. Yeah, the gods, the demigods, and I think the giants. All right. Let me check it. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll go back through it later. Let me read through this, y'all. Hold on. Let me look at some of these comments. Okay, Felix Fortuna writes, I don't think President Biden would do anything President Trump has done. The border closed. Mexico sent troops to border, some with Canada. Trump be different than Biden? You know, Felix, unfortunately, they have the same plan. The presentation just looks different, but it's the same plan. It's just a different narrative, but the same plan. And don't take my word for it. Just watch how it plays out. Felix continues. How do I put the link? Just copy paste it. So Felix continues. Yes, yes. All in the mind. Make yourself better through the mind. Most religions start with darkness or chaos. Then a God brings light or land or water into the darkness. Yeah, the water would be, for example, like the amniotic fluid to give birth. So we have the celestial waters and then the terrestrial waters, right? So it's feminine and it represents birthing, rebirthing, transformation. That's what the waters represent. So anyway, y'all, this is what the deal is. They gave the masses external gods, solar gods, and they kept the workshop of the mind to themselves. And that's how they've been able to successfully control you and manipulate you and make you their slaves and make themselves your God. Right, and that's how they do it. And actually, the principle the primary principle that's being used is a Hermetic law of gender. Okay, the cuckoo bird egg phenomena. And they've been doing it since forever. How? Because our ancient ancestors taught them how. This is what the solar zodiac projection is for. I know a lot of Moors will get angry or at least will disagree, but the solar zodiac, remember, came in as a result of destroying and defaming, degrading, debasing the ancient mindset of our the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, which is the original zodiac, which was hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions of years old. And they came in and destroyed it and the people. In other words, they destroyed their own blood and replaced it with the solar zodiac, from which they created solar religions. Okay, so let's get into the lesson. But y'all tell me, what do y'all think about this? Does it resonate with you at all? Or it doesn't resonate with you? Somebody put something in the comment. I mean, here's the thing. They have destroyed the people's self-image so much that people think, well, if it's inside of me, I'm nobody. They don't believe it because they have no value for themselves. They have such a poor self-image that they don't think that it's possible for them to have so much power. And some people, they don't want the responsibility to do it. See, they have manipulated people's minds so much that they think that nothing of value can come from within them. They are weak and powerless. And a lot of people prefer to see themselves as weak and powerless because it relieves them from the duty, the obligation of doing things for themselves. Felix writes, I'm getting what you're putting down. I'm happy to hear that, Felix. But everything lies within us. And am I my brother's keeper? Absolutely. See, one mind is just one mind. Two minds, now you've increased the power of the one maybe by 10 or 100%. Three minds, so it's geometrical growth in the power. And plus, let's say if it's me, it's just me. I got 24 hours in a day, just like everybody else. But if it's 10 of us who are getting these coincidences happening in our lives, who are bending reality, who are making things happen, y'all see how that grows geometrically? And that'll get us to the 99th or the 100th monkey principle quickly. Quickly. All right? Where all of these people who are whoring and the niggerism and all of the breaking of the natural law, all of the religious stuff, this dogmatic religion, all we need to do is hit that phenomena, that natural phenomena of 99, what is it, the 99th or the 100th monkey, and then the behavior where we give up this dope called religion, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. We give that dope up, and it will happen throughout the whole population. Who can explain the phenomena? Nobody knows. But that's the phenomena. So we don't need everybody. We just need that critical mass, and we can get there quickly. We can get there quickly if y'all just will be yourself and return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers and not have any sacred cows. So, for example, a lot of y'all Hebrew Israelites, well, that Judaism is a sacred cow for you. You don't want to let it go. Or you Christians, you don't want to let the Christianity go. Or you astrologers, solar zodiac astrologers, you don't want to let it go. Just imagine the position you could be in if you learn about the circumpolar zodiac, the time cycles, and how it was remixed, how it was defamed and remixed into the solar zodiac. What if you began to teach people that? What if you began to learn it and then teach people that, so that they could return to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers? Y'all know what time cycles are? Y'all know what time cycles are? There are celestial time cycles, and there are terrestrial time cycles. These are things, the scripture, what is it in Genesis? It says the heavenly bodies are, or the celestial bodies are for what, y'all? Signs and seasons. These are time cycles. Signs and seasons. So, for example, if I see Sirius in a certain position in the sky, it's a sign of the season. Or if I see the Great Bear, the thigh of the Great Bear, which is the Big Dipper, if I see its orientation, its place in the sky, I know what time it is and I know what season it is. And I can also tell you what needs to happen based upon the season and the time. This is prophecy. I can prophesy. I can tell you what's going to happen. All right? If I know we're in fall and I see the Big Dipper, we're at the end of fall, winter is approaching, I can prophesy we're going into winter, it's going to snow, it's going to do this and that and the other. Right? I can prophesy eclipses based upon the records, the celestial records that are correlated with historical events that our ancestors wrote, kept record of. I can say, okay, when we see this confirmation in the sky, these type of events have happened. Mass consciousness became this way. Okay, these type of beings. This is what our ancestors did. They recorded this over huge amounts of time. And that's how they were able to come to these conclusions. That the confirmations, right? The position of the heavenly bodies, certain confirmations, will have this type of mass effect on consciousness, etc., etc., etc. Okay, y'all. So let me see. All right, so let's get into our book. So again, this is the Astrology of the Old Testament, or the lost word regained. That lost word regained, again, is the circumpolar zodiac projection. I'm tracing it back. This author traces it back to the solar zodiac projection, but I'm tracing it back from the solar to the circumpolar zodiac. Why? Because it all originates in the circumpolar zodiac with the celestial ship of the north, the Great Mother Typhoon, who is referred to as the Holy Spirit. And the Hermetic Law of Mentalism is referred to as the Ancient Darkness. And this is God in the solar zodiac projection. I hope all y'all understand. It was remixed into the SUN sun. And you got to keep in mind that the SUN sun is the SON sun. And the SON sun is man. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Thought, man is thought made manifest from the soil. Look up land in a law dictionary, and you will see that land means more, or Moors, M-O-O-R-S, which is a nationality. So there is a well-established principle in law, a maxim of law, that land and law are inseparable. Therefore, Moors and law are inseparable. Therefore, land is the substance and subject matter of the law. Therefore, Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law, period. So when the Moor speaks law. Even when the Moor speaks law against him or herself. Anything you say can and will be used against you. All right, so this is why the Moors are the land lords. And we see this throughout the Constitution, right? Right? The reserve rights of the people, right, y'all? All right, so here we go. Page. So we're going to get into, we got into Scorpio. Oh, we're going to get into Scorpio now, y'all. Oh, no, we're already into Scorpio. Last paragraph. Now remember, y'all think that this is a joke. It's not real. Remember, the Solarites, the Osirians, those who change times and seasons. Let me put it in the context with you. They sought to change times and seasons. Now remember, the Great Mother Typhoon is the mother of time, the mother of time cycles, the mother of seasons. The Solarites, the Osirians, changed the times and seasons. Well, how do they do it? I'm not going to go over it again, but I'll refer y'all back to the page because I've done it so many times. This is in the Celestial Ship of the North. I think it's page 24. Where it talks about the war in heaven. Yeah, the biblical account of the war in heaven is explained astronomically. So this is Revelation, right? Book of Revelation. When Typhoon and Sut, that's a Great Mother, and Sut, that's Sirius the Dog Star in the south. So this is the circumpolar zodiac, right? or the northern constellation of the Great Bear and the glowing dog star in the south prove false in their time reckoning. There you have it. So it's the Solarites who are saying that the circumpolar zodiac is no longer valid because it's not telling time right. That's their claim. Can you imagine that? They just came on the block. Who else does that, y'all? What group just got here half a second ago? All of a sudden they know everything. They even want to tell you where you come from. They're going to tell you who you are and who you're not. Does this sound familiar, y'all? Does this play sound familiar? Listen. They prove false in their reckoning, causing their own degradation. So in other words, they attacked through warfare and birthright theft, and they're saying the reason why they attacked those of us who kept the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers and lived our life according to natural law, don't hurt anybody, don't steal, and telling time, reckoning time and reality by the stars and time cycles, just nature. They said it was their fault. So now the Solarites said, well, we're going to exterminate you and steal everything you got through inheritance. We're going to steal it because you didn't keep time right. And so therefore, we need to exterminate you. And it's your fault. Not only exterminate you, but destroy your name. Destroy your memory. All right? So they prove false in their time reckoning, causing their own degradation, their own downfall. Well, who took them down? The Solarites. The Solarites took them down and brought in a new mindset. And the new mindset is reckoning time by the sun, sun, and agricultural cycles. That's a new mindset. So all of the pharaohs that the conscious community adores, you see them wearing their signs and symbols, right? Of these pharaohs. Well, these pharaohs were actually hybrids and oppressors. They were oppressors. Okay, they exterminated the good people. Let's call it that way. So these are the original criminals. And he continues. Let me skip down. I'm not going to go into it. I just want to bring this to y'all mind. So who done it, y'all? Who done it? Let's let the author speak. Here it is. It was the Egyptian Osirians who cast out and condemned. Y'all look up cast out. Look up what cast out means. Look up what condemned means. It was the Egyptian Osirians. Okay, y'all? Okay, so it was the Osirians. There's no doubt about it. Okay, it was the Osirians. This is Osiris. Well, who's Osiris? Who's his consort? Isis. Who's her son? Horus. This is the Trinity. Okay, so now I hope it's clear why all of the oppressors, the colonizers, always are running back to Egypt or the modern day Egypt. That's why. That's why. And y'all running back to it. We ran back to it as a people, the conscious community, because we didn't know any better. We didn't know about the circumpolar zodiac. We didn't know that that's the real stuff, the good stuff. We didn't know that the Osirians, from Menes forward, these are our oppressors. They changed the mindset of the people. They limited us. Think about that. The circumpolar zodiac projection, we reckon time by the stars, okay, primarily in the northern and southern celestial pole regions, but then also by the other stars that are not in those regions, right? We use those also. But then also celestial time cycles. We're talking about the whole universe. We study the whole universe. We made science and we made technology. No external God worship. No fighting and disunity and all of this crap. And then, of course, earthly cycles and terrestrial or natural phenomena, right? But then when you go to the solar zodiac, it's just a little speck. It's just a little speck. Just those things dealing with Earth and the sun and the 7 planets. That's it. But time specifically is reckoned by the sun along the ecliptic. You know, monthly or on an annual basis. Where's the sun? Which constellation is it in? And then what agricultural cycles are resulting from that? You see this in Judaism in the feast days. So they limited the mind to that. And then they made these solar religions all based upon that little speck in the universe, where our ancient ancestors, the mindset was the whole universe. Do y'all see it? But it was the Osirians who did this. It was the Egyptian Osirians who cast out, that means destroyed, the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, buried it, tried to hide it forever. And I always think of Psalms 83 when I read this. And condemned, charged them with a crime, convicted them, entered judgment on them, and condemned the ancient typhoon. Y'all see that? They condemned the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. This is Circle 7, Clock of Destiny. Circumpolar zodiac, natural law. Don't harm anyone. They condemned it and replaced it with an external God. And dogmatic religious belief systems where you just do whatever you want to do. Well, you do whatever the priestly class wants you to do, whatever the priestly class tells you is right and wrong, based upon what's going to help them achieve their agenda the fastest. And the agenda changes, right? Their agenda changes based upon what they're trying to steal. He continues. I'm really curious what the astrologers think when I talk like this. I wonder what are they angry most? Are they open-minded about this? Are they undergoing cognitive dissonance like a religion? But anyway, let's keep going. So the Osirians, and look what they did, y'all. And it was the Osirians who changed the star god into Savic Ra. So the person who made those comments, see, the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, we didn't have gods, devils, and demons. We made up stories to teach. And then as things began to fall, some people started making up gods, making up stories. So, for example, the 7 stars that make up the thigh of the Great Bear, today called the Big Dipper, they were deified. They were made into planets and made into gods. Okay, y'all? So this is what the author means. It was the Osirians who changed the star god into Savic Ra. Initially, there was no star god. It was just Soot, the dog star, in the south. That's all. And the Honorable Professor Bobby Hemmett has a video. I shared it with some people, where he tells why Soot is called the dog star. He gives the story, the mythological reason why they call Soot the dog star. And it's really fascinating. Y'all got to check it out. I wish I could remember the name of it, but I don't remember the name of it right now. So let's continue. So the Osirians changed Soot the dog star into Savic Ra, the sun, the S-U-N sun god. Why is this significant? Well, because Soot the dog star is the hour hand of the clock of destiny, the celestial clock. Let me say it again. Soot the dog star is the hour hand of the clock of destiny. The handle of the Big Dipper, which is the tail of the Great Bear, is the minute hand in the north celestial pole of the clock of destiny. Now, do you understand why the book says they sought to change time and seasons? Most people have never heard of the clock of destiny. Most people have never heard of a celestial clock. So yes, they changed the clock of destiny. Now they're keeping time by the sun along the ecliptic. Do y'all see it? Very clear now, right? Very, very clear now. So it was the Osirians, who are solarites. These are people who keep time based upon the sun. See, if you keep time based upon, and they reckon reality. In other words, they determine reality based upon the sun. So what's reality? By definition, reality is that input that we receive through our senses. The ears, the eyes, the nose, the taste, the touch, okay? Now, all of that has been changed now to the position of the sun along the ecliptic. Each day per year, each month per year. Y'all got it? Listen to what else. So they changed the hour hand of the clock of destiny, which was Soot the dog star. They changed it into who, y'all? Savic Ra, the sun god. So they made the hour hand of the clock of destiny into a sun god, Sevic Ra. Listen to what else they did. Then they placed upon his head a pair of horns. They placed upon his head a pair of horns. Well, horns come on a crown, right? They represent kingship. They represent kingship. So now they ushered in a king. Our ancestors, we didn't have kings. We had no kings. Y'all remember that? We used to have judges. Now listen, let's continue. So they put on Sevic Ra, this sun god, the sun deity. They put on his head a pair of horns. And I like to always point people back to Moses coming out of the mountain. He came down and his face shone. Some translations will say he had horns. Okay, and the word, the ancient Ibaryath word there can be translated either as shining, glowing, glory, or horns. Now you understand why. Now you understand why. Notice what it says. And when the SUN sun passed into this sign, so when the SUN sun passed into Aries, listen, y'all, Aries became typical of the change from one pole star to another. So over time, because remember we're talking about time. Time is reckoned by how? What time? Time is the Great Mother made the first revolution around the pole star. That was the beginning of time. Okay? That was the beginning of time. So time is reckoned wherever you want to start point, the movement of something related to another, and you can time it, and that's how you can create time. It can be anything. It can be, I can say, okay, this is going to be the beginning of time. This piece of bread and the fork. Okay, time begins when I do this. Okay, now how many times have that happened? And I record it, that's time. Okay, it just so happened that our ancestors created time when they drew a circle around that which was formless. Okay, and they counted its revolution around the pole star, which is the Great Bear, the tail of the Great Bear. Okay, but anyway, I forgot my point. Where's my point? So when the pole star changes, that represents one celestial cycle of time. Okay, one celestial cycle of time. Now notice what it says here. So by the way, I think it's in Babylon. I think Babylon. So these cycles of time are represented by a snake, the coils of a snake. Okay, so if you look on the ceiling of the temple in Dendera, you'll see a snake that has 8 coils. So those 8 coils represents 8 cycles of the changing of the pole star. Okay, 8 cycles of the changing of the pole star. So what he's saying here is this. And when the SUN sun passed into Aries, Aries became typical of the change from one pole star to another. In other words, so the sun enters into Aries, which is the first zodiac sign. It goes to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way back to Aries again. That's one great year. That's a cycle of one great year. Y'all got it? It's approximately, I think it's 25,900 years or something like that. Okay, so the cycle of one great year. So what they're telling you is this: that's typical of, or our ancestors calculated, let's say, a great year, because I don't know what they called it. Let's say, let's call it one coil of the serpent. One coil of the serpent, uh, one coil of the serpent is equal to one changing of the pole star. So they just remixed it, y'all. Okay, one coil of the serpent means the pole star changed. Two coils of the serpent means the pole star changed again. That's in the circumpolar zodiac. So they remixed that in the solar zodiac to be the Escheat sun enters into Aries, right? Because Sevic Ra, right? They changed Sut into Sevic Ra, called it Aries. They gave it some horns, called it Aries. And so when the sun enters into Aries and it goes through all of the 12 zodiacs, all of the other 11, and comes back to Aries, well, that's a great year in the solar zodiac. This is what he means by typical of. Y'all see it? They just remixed it. Oh, let me read this comment. Felix writes, I'm not an astrologer, but the ancients only knew of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Sun, Moon, and Earth. Other couple planets are too far to see with the naked eye, so they didn't know about them. Well, that's right. That's right. That's right. Or they just made them up. Right? Y'all see what is not talked about is that the Solarites made up a lot of stuff. They just made stuff up. Why did they make it up? Well, they made it up to push their doctrine of the Virgin Mother and her son, which is the Virgin Mary and her son. So they just made stuff up. You have to keep in mind, there's nothing honorable about them. They're criminals. They don't respect any law. They don't respect the natural law of not harming anyone or living, let's say, living peacefully, being civil. They don't have any respect for that. They just make it up. That's all. And then they give it, they make it seem authentic and authoritarian by having it come out of universities. They say they found evidence for this, they found that artifact, they found this and that, or they come up with they make up some words and claim the words have some history that they don't. They just make stuff up. And y'all believe it. Right? You believe it. Because you're not thinking for yourself. I'm not talking about you personally, I'm talking about the masses of people. And here is the point. So when did this happen, y'all? When did it happen? This casting out, y'all, what does it mean? It means KILLINGS, them, and stealing their land, stealing all of their property. This casting out of the old mother, the mother typhoon, took place or happened when theology turned many, y'all see that? When theology, that's the priestly class, turned many of these ancient myths into religious history. There's your Jeremiah 8:8 correlation. So let me pull up Jeremiah 8:8, y'all. So I'm going into Jeremiah 8:8 in the Bible Hub. So I prefer to read this out of the Amplified Bible version because it's clear English. I'm not trying to trick you. Okay, so let me read that again. This casting out of the Great Mother took place when theology turned many of these ancient myths into religious history. Now, this is Jeremiah 8, verse 8. Uh-oh. Now, y'all read that. What does it say? Jeremiah 8:8, Amplified Bible. Quote, unquote. How can you say we are wise? That means we are applying knowledge properly to a situation, right? Or in other words, reading the text. And the law of the Lord. So this is YHWH. YHWH is the sun god, y'all. All right? Is with us, and we are learned in its language. The language is Ancient Ibaryath. Some people call it Paleo Hebrew, others call it Phoenician Canaanite. And we are learned in its language and teaching. See, he said, how can you say that? It's not possible for you to say that. You can't say we're wise, that we're applying this knowledge accurately. You cannot say that. You cannot say that the law of the Son, the S-U-N Son, who is YHWH, YHWH or Yahoo, Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahuwah. These are all remixes of the Great Mother Typhoon and the Celestial Ship of the North, the circumpolar Zodiac. Do y'all understand? Y'all see it? So how can you say we are wise? And the law of the Lord is with it. Y'all notice it says law, the instruction, the natural law is with us, and we are learned in its language and teachings. So they're saying you cannot say that. It continues, behold, the truth is that. Y'all see that? Behold, the truth is that. In other words, stop lying. Stop trying to fool me. Behold, the truth is that the lying pen of the scribes, the lying pen of the theologians, the lying pen of the mores, moshes, generals, captains, imams, pastors, reverends, rabbis, has made the law, has made the natural law into a lie. A mere code of ceremonial observances. That's religion, y'all. How did they make it into a lie? The power of the pen. They wrote lies in the book of the law. Do y'all see it? Do y'all see the correlation? You see the match? The Osirians, the Solarites, and their solar religions. That's a whole point. That was a whole point of changing the mindset from Circle 7, clock of destiny, and natural law, which is to do no harm, don't steal. That was the whole point, to bring in the solar zodiac so that they could bring in the solar religions to fool the people and thoroughly rob them of their birthrights, make them dumb. Felix Rice, I'm not in this. Okay, I think I already read that. Yeah, I already read that. So what y'all got to say about that? Any comments? No? Any comments? Okay. So y'all see, that the Solarites have defamed and disgraced the ancient peoples. They're calling us the Typhonians, those people who maintain the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Now remember, these are Moors, right? Moors. Page 208. Scorpio rules over Barbary, Tartary, the Barbary Moors, Cappadocia, part of Syria, Fez. We Moors, we wear fezzes, right? Fez, Morocco. Morocco is actually Northwest Africa, or North America, the Al-Maghrib, okay? Bavaria, Norway, and Jutland, Catalonia, and Valencia. Of towns, Scorpio is Liverpool, Frankfurt on the Oder, O-D-E-R, and Messina, Savannah in Georgia. And much of Florida. Now y'all know Florida extends way up higher than the boundaries of the jurisdiction of the state of Florida now. Let me see if I can find it on a map. See, Scorpio is said to be a betrayer, a liar. Nothing good in Scorpio. And they're saying that Scorpio is the Great Mother Typhoon. And the sons of the Great Mother Typhoon are the Moors. Okay, and the Solarites are now the hybrids. Y'all get it? That's what's happening here. You know who's good to tell you about the ancient map of Florida? Chief Warhorse. She knows all of this stuff much better than I do. Let her tell it. I love the way she tells stories. Chief Warhorse. If y'all don't know her, her YouTube channel is Cooking with Chief. Y'all subscribe to her channel, Cooking with Chief. So I'm Shataf. Okay, well. I don't know how accurate this is, but Florida goes way up, y'all. And Florida is believed by many to be the Garden of Eden. So what is this telling us, y'all? This is the land of the Moors, y'all. You should correlate this with Noble Drew Ali's boundaries of our land, our dominions. See, anyone who says that the Moors don't have anything to do with the Americas, you see the astrology is proving it false, right? Y'all see this map? See, Florida's going way up into continental America, North America. Do y'all see it? Hold on, y'all. I want to see if I can show y'all some. Well, yeah, there's some astrology in here. So it looks like Florida went up into Virginia. Let me show y'all. Oh, Florida, region of Virginias. Yeah, do y'all see it? So even the astrotheology is showing the Moors' land. All right? Now, take a look. Take a look here. Y'all see that? That cross, if you watch the NFL, that's the logo for the Saints, right? Or when I don't watch it anymore, but when I used to watch it, that was the Saints. I don't even remember the name of the team now. But this cross has a dirty history. But it's also astrological, right? But they remixed it and it has a pretty dirty history. I did a video on this cross before. It is a cross. All right. So that's the Tropic of Capricorn, 23.5 degrees north. Okay. So the higher self, right? When we look at the solstitial line. All right. So anyway, let's get back to it. I really wanted to find something even better. If I remember correctly, Chief Warhorse said Florida went way up into Alabama and higher. It may have went into Canada. I don't remember. But Chief Warhorse knows all of that. If y'all want to find out the specifics, go watch it on her channel. Well, you know, let me try a different search. Ah, here we go. Well, here's another map from the 1700s. Can y'all see that? This is Florida from the 1700s. But this is the really cool thing about astrotheology. Here's another one. This is a cool thing about astrotheology. You can get so much information that you'd never get in a history book. All right, do y'all see how high that goes up? Do y'all see Canada? Oh, I was right. I remember correctly. See that? That's Canada, Canaan land. So Florida stretched all the way up into Canada. Do y'all see that? This is a map from... Hold on, y'all. How far over does it go? Rio Mountains, Mexico. Wow. I'm trying to get the date of this map, y'all. I Google searched Florida, 1700s Florida map. There you have it. There's the map. See, this is the land of the Moors. Now, why would that be there? Scorpio is the Moors. Okay, it's no wonder why Fez and Morocco are part of Scorpio, because Morocco is North America, the Al-Moroccan Empire. Okay? Everybody see that? Ah, here we are. Let me show it again. Hold on. Y'all take a look at this map. Let it get focused. Why it's not focusing? It looks like my camera is not focusing now. Can y'all see that? Okay, now let's look at Florida. So here it is, Florida. All right, y'all? No, I don't study these maps. I'm just showing you what I found. I'm trying to show you that Scorpio in the solar zodiac is a part of the defamation, the degradation, and the outcasting of the Moors by linking it to Scorpio, a betrayer, a liar, a good for nothing, Nigger, as it were, okay? Sexual, only concerned about sex, right? All manner of outbursts, ruptures, let's see, murderers, betrayals, burglaries, and breaking ins, robberies. This sign rules over Barbary, the Barbary Moors. Tartaria, Barbia, right? Change the B to a T. Fez, Morocco, North America. And by the way, everyone should know that the cities, towns, villages, or whatever they're called, Bonnevilles, that are in Europe, they were in the Americas first. Okay? There are maps. Y'all look up the exotic map. Let's continue. And much of Florida, especially the Everglades. Oh, I forgot. Savannah, Georgia. Salem. Salam. Jerusalem. Jerusalem, right? North Salem. Woburn. Raleigh. Okay? I went through this the last class, so I'm not going to go through. I'm only going through what's interesting to me. All right? Stinking creeks. See? The degradation of the Moors, degrading the Moors. Muddy streams, degrading the Moors. Okay? It's represented by the prophet Obadiah. Now, the last class I did, I read the book of Obadiah. I don't know if I read the whole verse, but I read as far as about Edom and Edom being destroyed. And then Edom correlating with, of course, correlating with the human or the Han Uman, right? And then Dan is a serpent. Scorpio is represented by the prophet Obadiah. I'm not going to read it, but y'all go back and read Obadiah. By the apostle, original disciple Judas Iscariot. So y'all know Judas betrayed the Christ. In the Bible story. right? But if you read the Devil's Pulpit, there's a chapter in there on Judas vindicated. So the astrotheology of Judas Iscariot is different from the Bible story. In other words, they lied to you. They lied to you. They manipulated you. Okay? They control your thinking, set limits around you through these stories. So if y'all want to know the real story about Judas Iscariot, there's a link to the Devil's Pulpit in the description area of this video. Okay? Or y'all can watch the videos I've done on Judas Iscariot, okay, in the Devil's Pulpit series. The betrayer of blood. Y'all know what the betrayer of blood is? Well, what blood? It's the blood of the grape during harvest. This is the covenant of grace. So the betrayer of the covenant of grace. Y'all got that? So the Solarites said that the ancient Typhonians were responsible for their own degradation and downfall. It was because of what they did themselves that caused the Osirians, the Solarites, to wage war against them and steal their birthright. Y'all making the connection? Well, let's continue. Of the sons of Jacob, Scorpio represents Dan. Dan is a serpent, the serpent woman, the celestial ship of the north. The what, y'all? Each coil of the snake represents a change in the pole star. So Dan is a serpent. The banner of the tribe of Israel, remember Israel is Isis, Ra, and El. Isis is Virgo in the solar zodiac projection. Virgo is the Great Mother Typhoon in the circumpolar zodiac projection. In other words, Isis and Virgo are a remix of the Great Mother Typhoon. Ra is Savic Ra, is Amen Ra. Okay, is Aten, the sun, S-U-N, sun deity. Do y'all see it? And El, which is pronounced Il, is the S-U-N, sun. Also is Saturn. Okay, so when Sut became planetarian, Sut became Saturn. And Saturn is also called Il, E-L, or A-L, right? Il. Or Owl in the south, Owl in the north, Il. All right, so Israel, Isis, Ra, and Il was originally Scorpion. Y'all got that? The banner of the tribe of Israel was originally Scorpion, Scorpio. The zodiac sign, Scorpio. Is it no wonder, y'all? Is it no wonder? But afterwards, an eagle. That's why in Ezekiel chapter 1, and I think it's Revelation, what chapter is it, y'all? Is it Revelation chapter 12? I don't remember. The 4 living creatures. That's why there's a living creature with the sign of one of the living creatures had a head of an eagle. So this is the Ta cross. The bull, Taurus the bull, Baali, Taurus the bull, Leo, the lion of the tribe of Judah, and then Scorpio, the eagle, and then the head of a man, which is Aquarius. So this is the Ta cross. Look at the angles. These angles are probably, what, maybe 120 degrees? I don't remember. Or maybe 60, I don't remember. Well, maybe 120. I don't know, I have to check it. But this is the top cross, as opposed to the four corners, or I'm sorry, as opposed to the cardinal, the traditional Christian cross, the cardinal cross. Do y'all see it? So the top cross is beginning in Taurus, because Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt during Taurus. Actually, at the end of Taurus, beginning of Aries. Okay, everybody see that? So one zodiacal age is approximately 2,160 years or thereabout. So four, right there, four, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, the eagle, and then Aquarius, the man, that's four. So 4 times 2 is 8, 4,100. So let's say 8,400 years, maybe 8,600 years. So they left at the end of, actually we could have just did 2,100 times 3. That gives us roughly 6,400, 500 years, which correlates to the Bible. Okay? I hope everyone got that. Hope everyone got that. So this is putting us back into the time frame of Pharaoh Menes. When they introduced, through warfare, violence, and birthright stuff, the solar zodiac projection. And when they made the myths that our ancestors used to teach these sciences to children and everyone else, right? Because it's easier to learn something as a story. One of the things that I learned really quickly when I was in medical school, the senior doctors would always say, "What's the story? Tell me the story." And then one day I clicked, oh, think of these things as a story. They're easier to remember. Okay, so signs, symptoms, mechanisms, management, it's all stories. So I began to relate them in stories, and I became very good. I don't want to say I was the best, but y'all know what I'm saying. I was far from the worst. I don't want to sound like I'm boasting. But they would teach this information in stories. And then the Osirians came in and made these stories, or taught these stories, to be real history, to be religious history. Now, have we heard this before, y'all? Haven't we heard that before? Felix writes the 12 tribes of Israel, Jesus and the 12 apostles, Hercules and 12 laborers, all constellation worship. Absolutely. Absolutely. And see, here's the thing. There were not originally 12 zodiac signs. So how is it that there got to be 12 tribes of Israel, each representing a zodiac sign? Hold on, y'all. I want to Google search something. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right. So let's keep it going. Listen to this, y'all. The sacred name of the banner of Israel. Take a look at it. The sacred name of the banner of Israel. So this is what I've been reading from. Let me hold it up closer here. The sacred name of the banner of Israel. Is that the Tetragrammaton, y'all? Is that Scorpio? Is that Isis, Ra, and El? Y'all can pause this on the replay and read it. Okay. Everybody see it? You see, so I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to be mean. And I don't have a horse in the game. Okay, let me show you the other one that I read from. But I've done many videos, y'all, of this. So let me just put it back here so y'all can see it. Do y'all see it? Okay, this is the Celestial Ship of the North, page 24. This is where the criminal is being identified. The criminal is Sevic Ra and their motive. Okay. Sevic Ra. All the information about Sevic Ra and Aries, the time cycles. Y'all see it? I'm going to hold it here so y'all can read it yourself. Please don't have me sitting here holding this and y'all ain't reading it. I'll be pissed off. I'll hold it for another minute or two. Y'all read it. So this is the culture. This is our culture. All right. This is what happened to us. And all we need to do is reverse it. This is why great men like the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and he not a religious prophet. Y'all need to read up on why he said he's a prophet. He's not a religious prophet. Definitely not somebody to pray to or worship. He never said that. But he returned our culture to us and our heritage and our nationality. All right, y'all, let's move on. Pause it on the replay if y'all want to read it. Felix writes, what's your thoughts on why the Scorpio becomes eagle? I have no idea, but they had some agenda for it. It's like any other criminal or narcissist. It helps to achieve their goals. That's the only reason I can think of, but I don't know. Okay, y'all? So, the planet Mars joins Scorpio. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine?
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Yes, xin đi khoai nữa.
Now Mars and Scorpio. Let's see how this plays out. When Mars is positive in one's nativity and one's nativity chart, and this sign ascending. Hey, Moy. Can I have one more, please?
Ice.
One more.
Yes.
Another. Hey, if y'all want to buy me coffee or buy me lunch, if you appreciate my work, or contribute toward the taxi, Feel free to send your gift offering. I have links if y'all want to support my work. If you're learning, if you enjoy, well, no, not if you enjoy. If you are learning and if you appreciate. I don't want to be entertainment. Anyway, if y'all want to help me carry the load in educating you, feel free to send in your fiat. All right, any amount is okay. I appreciate any amount. You know, when you are when you teach and you create literature, you write books, or you know, you whatever you do, like I'm doing, it makes you feel good when people support you, you know, because this is really a grind. I challenge any of y'all. I challenge any of y'all to do this or something else consistently for years. Consistently for years. Well, no, not even years. I challenge y'all to do it for, what's easy? Let's say a month. I challenge y'all to do it for a month, daily or every other day, okay? Daily or every other day, and don't hold back, right? Try it so you can experience what it's like. Okay, so let's continue. When Mars is posited in one's nativity in this sign ascending, the native, that is the Moor, cannot fail of making an expert surgeon or a doctor of medicine. Mars is the night house, Scorpio is the night house of Mars. Mars also has his day and night triplicities in Scorpio. The first 6 degrees of Scorpio are the terms of Mars. So remember, 1 day equals 1 degree. 1 degree shadow cast on the sundial. All right? 1 degree shadow cast equals 1 day. All right? From 6 degrees to 14 degrees, or from the 6th day to the 14th day, the terms are Venus. From the 14th degrees, so from the 14th day to the 21st degree or days, the terms of Jupiter, that's Jupiter, right? From 21 degrees or the 21st to the 27th or 27 degrees, so the 27th, the terms of Mercury. And from 27 degrees or from the 27th day to 30 degrees, or which is the 30th day, the terms of Saturn. The terms of Saturn, okay? No, this one.
Okay.
Black cafe, no sugar, right?
Yeah.
All right, thanks, bro. Everyone see how it works out? Everyone see that? The first 10 degrees are the face of Mars, which is the face of quarreling. You see the degradation of the Moors? You see the defamation and degradation, the belittling of the Moors. Do y'all see it? See, quarreling. See, so what do? They condition the Moors to fight with each other, to quarrel with each other, to argue. So the first 10 degrees of the face of Mars, which is the face of quarreling, fighting, mischief, slaughter, robbing, and sacking. I had an uncle before he passed away. He called that kind of thing niggerism. My Uncle Bud called it niggerism. You know, the behaviors that he was in law enforcement, and he entered the military as an enlisted soldier, and he made his way up to one right before general. And then his wife at the time got him tossed out of the military. The man went through 3 wars: World War II, Korea, and 3 tours in Vietnam. Decorated soldier. Came in as a private and made it all the way. I don't know if it's major or whatever it is right before general. When he was up to become general, he was having problems with his wife. She said some things about him. Eventually got him tossed out. Tossed out of the military, and he couldn't make general because of his wife. Terrible, right, y'all? Alan Seitz, right. Hello, I am Brendel. Hello, I am Brendel Marie from the very tippy top northwest corner of USA, 18 miles south of Victoria, BC, Canada, via ferry boat across the strait. Islam and Shalawama, Alan Seitz. I'm sorry I'm late. I misplaced the cell phone and finally found it just 1 minute ago. Islam and Shalawama. Welcome back. Hello. You know, one of the things I notice is that children, for some reason, they especially love tablets. I don't know why children love tablets so much. Emily, can you? Emily, come here. He came in and left the door open. Hold on, y'all. So I have to close the door because they have music playing in the other part of the restaurant. Alan Sykes writes, Shukran. Alan, what can you tell me what Shukran means? It doesn't come to memory for me right now. Okay, y'all. So I hope everyone is. Felix writes, I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma area, born and raised. Islam and Shalawama, Felix. Glad you could make it here. I always see you too. Okay, y'all. So I'm of course, y'all. Well, I'm Dr. Yasapa. I'm domiciling in Vietnam, beautiful, sunny Vietnam. Of all the places I've traveled to, y'all, this is the best place that I've ever been to. Alan writes, at least when I was there in 1998. Alan writes, I think it's thank you in Egyptian. Okay. Thank you so much. It's not perfect here by a long shot, but in terms of being able to live your life, well, at least as a foreigner, right? Relative comfort, relative ease. Life is just easy in Vietnam, but I think not so much for Vietnamese people. Alan writes, my father was merchant marine engineer, and he loved Vietnam port. Absolutely. Felix writes, how long you been there? Where born? I'm always curious. I've domiciled in Vietnam maybe 6 years. Yeah. So I'm a Moorish American. So Moorish-ish means nativity, right? So I'm a Moor. My nativity, I'm sprung from the soil of the Americas. In ancient times, my family, my people, my folk, my kinfolk, originally sprung from the soil in South America. That's why I am Dr. Yasapa All, or Al, or Yasapa -All. Because originally in ancient times, from the southern part of the Americas. And then, of course, we migrated, for whatever reasons, up north. But y'all also know that Shatta. So on my mother's side, they're Shatta. So Shatta extends from north all the way down into South America. So these borders that these present day borders are not ancient borders. These are borders that colonists have put up. Okay, these are jurisdictions, corporate jurisdictions that colonists have put up. And I don't know if I should say this, but well, I'm gonna say it anyway. Moors, y'all remember there's a treaty? The Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836, between the Moroccan Empire and the foreign United States of North America. The Organic Treaty, or the Organic Constitution, rather, for the United States of North America. Do y'all know that Moors are all of those who are sprung from the soil throughout the American continent, Moorish Americans. And any Moorish American in their proper status can enforce the Constitution and the treaty in context of what's happening today with with the executive orders to deport to deport what they're calling immigrants, who many of them who are sprung from the American soil are Moorish Americans. So if they had if they knew who they were, see, if they were in their proper, if they knew their nationality, if they had a nationality, if they knew their nationality, they could enforce the treaty and the Constitution and not be kicked out. If y'all understand what I'm saying to you. Felix writes, Alan writes, nice and warm, I think. Yeah, absolutely. The weather here is beautiful. That's really one of the best things about being in Vietnam. Now in Hanoi, they have some weather events that are kind of scary. But where I'm at, I mean, the weather is just beautiful. But rainy season, this past rainy season was a bit too much for me. It was like the worst rainy season that I've experienced here. It actually made me think about leaving. But because I teach at this university, and it's far, and the travel is far, and the rain, and can't get a taxi home, and the taxis are so expensive, and my whole day was wasted just traveling. I couldn't do anything for myself, and just very hard due to the rain and the traffic. And yeah, it made me think about going somewhere else. But when it's when it's nice and sunny, and like now, I mean, I'm very happy, very content. Felix writes, arbitrary lines drawn on maps, most rivers and mountains and such make good boundaries. Okay, yeah. So I hope y'all heard what I'm saying. This is why what Noble Drew Ali gave us is so profound. So profound. And it's so unfortunate that people have used his name and his work to start religions. They have put him positioned him or presented him as being like a Messiah type of figure. And that is not what he had in mind. But it's just very unfortunate. But if these people knew their nationality, see, they think their nationality is corporate, right? And in that corporate status, they have no birthright. Y'all follow? Y'all follow? But with their nationality, Moorish American, they could enforce the treaty and the Constitution and say, I ain't going nowhere. But remember, with the nationality comes, you must know the culture and the heritage. You must know the culture and the heritage. And this is what I'm teaching you, the culture and the heritage. But there's much more to it than this. Like usually when I talk about time cycles, I just say time cycles. I haven't gone into great detail about the time cycle. So we need scholars to step up and start teaching about the time cycles. Start teaching about natural law in greater detail than what I'm doing, but it's very simple. The natural law that governs our commerce is do no harm, don't injure anyone, or just simply don't steal. But there's situations, I mean, you could teach that, right? And then there's of course, time cycles related to our physical bodies, like the circadian rhythm, the menstrual cycle, and see everything that affects that, right? I mean, it just we have many cycles: the carbon cycle, the water cycle, right? So the solar zodiac doesn't deal with any of that. Like my professors used to tell me, even from when I was in doing my bachelor's degree, they would tell me you have to know everything. Yeah, you have to know everything. I got more of that when I went into medical school. But even from the time I was doing my bachelor's degree, you need to know everything. But I've learned, let me tell you what I learned. I've learned that you can know everything. You can learn everything. Y'all know how I get what I know? I go into the workshop of the mind. Yeah, I go into the workshop of the mind. And what I ask for, I get. What I ask for, I get. That's how I know what I know on this topic. And that's the truth. Okay, let's get back to it. We're on page 211. So 2 plus 0 is 2, plus 9 is 11. So 11, these are the two pillars in the solar zodiac projection. So the one pillar, so this is Jachin and Boaz. Jachin and Boaz. The covenant of labor, the vernal or spring equinox, and the covenant of grace. All right, which is the fall or autumn equinox. This is the two pillars, or the number 11. Everybody see that? And by the way, covenant, if y'all want to know more about covenant and you know what that means, the two covenants, y'all should read the Devil's Pulpit, because he'll give you the astrological meaning, or the astrotheological meaning of covenant. All right, so now you got the covenant of labor, the covenant of work, which is bondage, no birthright, loss of birthright, which is Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15 through 68. Then you have the covenant of grace, which is full possession and enjoyment of your birthright, tangible and intangible property, which is Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 14. In other words, the blessings and the curses. The kingdom of heaven from March 22nd all the way to September 22nd or thereabout. Okay, when the sun rules. The days are 12 hours or more. And then there's light, right? White. White is right. White is heavenly. White is God. The angels are white. And then below, September 22nd, okay, which is in the fall, well, going toward the end of fall and into winter, that's hell. And the bottomless pit is December 22nd. Black, darkness, evil, wickedness. Do y'all see it? Do y'all see it? And the light, and how does that verse say? And the light came from darkness, but they comprehended it not. Right? In other words, the sun, after December 25th, the sun is ascending. Okay, y'all? It's dark. Remember, winter is dark. Now springtime. Now the sun, at the vernal equinox, 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night, evenness, righteousness. March 22nd, Aries, the Lamb of God. The horns, Sevek Ra is given the horns. Right, y'all? So Christ enters or sits on his throne. And then, of course, for the Christians, Easter comes, what is it, the first full moon after, something like that, I don't remember. So the light came out of the darkness. So we transition from winter into spring. The light came out of the darkness, and they comprehended it not. Which is a remix of the Great Mother Typhoon, or the ancient darkness. Metaphorically, absolute darkness is light. Right? The Great Mother Typhoon is dark, exceedingly dark, and the fruit that she produced is the sun sun. And then the Great Mother says what, y'all? She says that she made light. Darkness made light. And darkness is eternal. Darkness is pure spirit. Light is not eternal. Light is material. Y'all got that? All right. So let's go back to page 209. The second 10 degrees, or to 20 degrees face of Scorpio, are the face of the sun sun, which is a face of contention. Do y'all see that? Y'all blacks, y'all denationalized Moors. Contention, strife, theft, of sowing mischief. Y'all know they say that the blacks love drama. Black YouTube creators, they don't collaborate because there's always what? Strife, contention, theft, mischief. Y'all heard about the rumor going around about Tasha K from one of her, some person she helped, some black guy she helped, and now he's going around, I don't know if it's true or false, I'm not going to say it, but he's talking about her personal life. So this one content creator was talking about how that's why he or they, black content creators, don't work with each other. Because they've been conditioned. Do y'all see it? Through the solar zodiac projection and its solar zodiac religions and the dogmatic religious belief doctrines that they use to create reality, to create the mindset that exists in the people. Y'all see it? Tell me this is not describing, quote unquote, black people's dysfunction of sowing mischief among men, of debate. Y'all know that conscious community and the debates that they always like to have, right? And deceit. And deceit. Venus has the third face of Scorpio, or third 10 degrees. Third 10 degrees. A face of war, violence. Venus, y'all, Venus is who? Venus traces back to the Great Mother. What's the color of Venus? Drunkenness, rape, and fornication. Well, wait a minute, that don't make sense. You mean women can rape men? Isn't it Dr. What's her name? Dr. Frances Cress Wessling, who said that women, they don't have the power to control the sex situation? But this is saying Venus is involved in rape. And what? Fornication. Venus is what? Feminine. Let's look at this. So I'm Google searching Venus. So give me 1 sec, let me pull this up. I'm looking for a Venus. I thought I had it, but I don't see it. Wait a minute. Let me see green. Hold on, y'all. So Virgo color is green. I'm looking for Venus. Of course, Venus is Virgo. Hold on. All right, so let's go to Britannica. Venus. I'm looking for color. I want to show y'all the color so that I want to show you something. Let me, hold on. Just give me a second. Ah. 1 second, y'all. I don't know why this is so difficult to find the color of Venus. But they don't want to show me. Hold on. Let me try it again. I don't know why this is so difficult to find. I want y'all to see this for yourself, so it's not me telling you. Okay, do y'all see that? It says, what color is Venus? I'm sorry, why is Venus sky green? Let's see what else. Why is Venus sky green? Hold on, y'all. Hello? 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 So Venus is green. Let me find one more reference for you. Oh man, this is terrible. Hey, really, what used to be easy to find is so y'all can see my website is not loading up, right? Y'all see that? Can y'all see it? It's not loading. Everybody see that? So this is the drama I have to go through every time I live stream. Let me try it again. So I show you one reference that shows you Venus is green. Hold on. Let me try to let y'all see this. What color is that? Everybody see the color? Everybody see it? Let's do it again. Y'all take a look. See where it says colors? Green. Okay, y'all? Green as in green vegetation. Green as in green vegetation, as in Virgo, right? In other words, mothers. And they trace back to the great mother Typhoon, or the great mother nature, the celestial ship of the north, the mother of beginnings, the mother of time cycles. Okay, y'all? Now, Venus. Let me show you this image. Okay, our topic, the topic are Moors. There you are, green with the red background. All right, so green in the solar system, in the solar zodiac, we were taught that the green is Venus. However, in my opinion, because green traces back to the Great Mother Typhoon, this green is the Great Mother Typhoon, the celestial ship of the north. All right? That's my opinion. So let me see if we can find a better image. So all I'm doing is tracing it back. That's all I'm doing is tracing it back. Because remember, the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers is not the solar zodiac projection. There it is. So in the solar zodiac projection is Venus, but in the circumpolar zodiac projection, which is the ancient zodiac projection, this is the Great Mother Typhoon, or the celestial ship of the north. All right, y'all, do y'all see it? The mother of beginnings. The mother of beginnings. All right? So let me show you. Let me make the connection for y'all in the celestial ship of the north. Felix writes, my green screen black. Don't know if it's my fault. Oh, it was my fault. I fixed it. So let me just show y'all something about the Great Mother Typhoon and being green, okay? This is on page 11, interestingly enough, page 11 of the Celestial Ship of the North, volume 1. The abyss, this is the celestial abyss, in Egypt is a name of the north. Of course, this is the North Celestial Pole. This is the Garden of Eden. And the original mother of this abyss, which was space, was called Typhoon, the Great Mother Typhoon. Typhon. The mother of beginnings, the mother of the fields, of heaven. See, fields, vegetation, right? The mother of revolutions, circle 7. All right? The Great Bear, the thigh of the Great Bear, today called the Big Dipper, revolving around the pole star. One revolution around the pole star, the next revolution, these are cycles of time. Circle 7, 7 stars that make up the thigh of the Great Bear, which is today the Big Dipper. Circle 7. 7 stars circling around the celestial pole star, okay? The mother of time cycles, as well as the mother of gods, capital G-O-D-S, and men. Do y'all see it? This mother was called, quote unquote, the old woman because she was the first of all creation. In other words, first thing formed. And the world has been made for her. From this early beginning developed the so-called Typhonian religion. Do y'all see that? So things descended down into a religion, which, with its types, is the oldest religion of all. All right? So let me go back. That's actually not what I want you to see. Here's what I want you to see on page 10. 10 is 9, if you all remember. 10 is 9. Let me show you that first. Hold on. Actually, this is key. This is page 11 of the circumpolar zodiac. So y'all read that, pause it on the replay. Hope y'all can see it. So pause that on the replay. Let's go to page 10. Page 9, rather. All right, here we are. See page 9. Hold on. Or is it page 10? Page 10. At a very much later period in the mystery, so when they talk about mysteries, we know we're in the solar zodiac projection, because during the circumpolar zodiac projection, there were no mysteries. This information was known to everyone. Circle 7, clock of destiny, natural law, do no harm, do no injury, time cycles. This was widely known to everyone. It didn't become a mystery until the Osirians and the Solarites destroyed Circle 7, clock of destiny, and natural law, and replaced it with the solar zodiac projection. And then they kept this information to themselves. That's why they call it a mystery school. So the masses of people, they don't have a clue about time cycles. They don't know anything about the carbon cycle, about the water cycle. All they know is Jesus crucified, and I'm going to heaven. So these are the mysteries, okay? At a very much later period in the mysteries, Apuleius, that's supposed to be a Greek, so you know this is relatively recent, presents a portrait of the Supreme Goddess Mother as she was unveiled to the initiates, the quote-unquote, these are initiates, these would be people entering into the mystery schools, where they would learn science and technology, quote-unquote, the Mother Earth, flower-crowned, with her bounteous bosom body full of fruit, the Mother Heaven, in her black mantle, right? Black, intense blackness, intense darkness. In her black mantle, lustrous with moon and stars, lustrous with moon and stars. Are they talking about the image of the woman in the book of Revelation? Absolutely. Absolutely. They defame the great mother Typhoon and picture her as a whore, a harlot, and a drunkard. All right, y'all? Let's continue. The Mother Heaven in her black mantle, lustrous with moon and stars, a radiant reality of the divinest dreaming, unveiled in human form, a visible revelation of the bringer forth. That's why you hear some people say they say the black woman is God. This is where they're getting that from, okay? It's a misunderstanding, because a great mother Typhoon, this is celestial, this is energy, this is the Hermetic law of gender. As above, so below, as below, so above. So the feminine Moorish woman is a representation of that, right? All right, y'all. All right. Oh, I found it. Let me show y'all page 9. So you're gonna have to pause this on the replay, because I'm not gonna go through it, okay? This is page 9, Celestial Ship of the North, Volume 1. Pause it on the replay. All right, so here we are, page 9. She, that's the great mother Typhoon, has been imaged as intensely dark, her bosom bare, crowned with a golden pyramid, about which twined an immense serpent. All right, an immense serpent, twine. Each twine represents a change in the pole star. So in the temple of Dendra, there's a serpent. Remember, this is a serpent woman. It has 8 twines. Or no, let me rephrase that. In Babylon, I don't remember how the story goes now. Well, let me leave that alone because it's not in my memory clearly right now. But let me just say this: each twine of the serpent represents a change in the pole star. All right, and then that was remixed to a great year in the solar zodiac projection, so that every time the sun enters into Aries and returns back to Aries, that's a great year. So they remixed that concept. Okay, now let's go back to Venus being a remix of the Great Mother Typhoon. And we're doing this by showing that the Great Mother Typhoon is responsible for life, the beginning of everything, vegetation, greenery, etc. And the star on the Moorish flag, the green star on the Moorish flag representing the Great Mother Typhoon, vegetation, greenery, the mother of beginnings. Okay, where is it? This Holy Spirit, talking about the Great Mother, this Holy Spirit, the Great Mother, is symbolized by a great tree whose branches spread over the entire world and reach above the heavens. So y'all, this is the tree of life, right? This tree has 3 roots, widely remote from each other. The first among the gods, the second among the giants, the blessed spirits. The third embraces hell, region of all who are not among the heavenly blessed. Oh, well, if you're not with the heavenly, maybe this is referring to people who are what? Servants, bondmen and bondwomen, or people who are stateless. They have no birthright, hybrids. Under the roots is a fountain of cardinal desires. Oh, this sounds like the lower self, right, y'all? Whence flow the internal rivers, and the roots are gnawed upon by the mighty serpent, Midhager. So Midhager is the conscience warring, the conscience warring with cardinal desires. Under this, reaching towards the land of the giants, is the fountain of wisdom and knowledge. That's interesting. When I get some time, I'm going to look more into that. All right. But anyway, y'all see it. She's the Holy Spirit. Okay, she's depicted as a tree. This is also a garden, right? Remember, where is it? Let me show you. She's the Garden of Eden. Oh, well, here it is on page 8. I don't know why I didn't think of that. There it is on page 8, clearly written on page 8. Look at the bottom paragraph. Do y'all see? What does it say? She's what? Again, the Holy Spirit was Virgo, the virgin of the Zodiac, who bore the Immaculate Son. She was the great nurse of all existence. She was wisdom. She was the power of God. More beautiful than the sun, than the S-U-N sun. And when compared with the light, she is found before it, right? Because light comes from the darkness. She was the mother of the gods. All right. She was, what does it say here? She was Isa, I-S-S-A, the Virgin of God. She was the seed, the mystical rose, the Rosicrucianist, right? The rosy cross. The cup with wings. To typify her transcendent beauty, she was called the rainbow. Y'all see how they have totally pimped out the rainbow, made it something due to what? Transgenderism. What's transgender? Both sexes, y'all, right? It's a man behaving, dressing like a woman, or vice versa. Well, what's the Hermetic law of gender? It's masculine and feminine energy at opposite ends of the same line. somewhere in the middle they converge. So this transgenderism and the rainbow is a perversion of this. Do y'all see it? Do y'all see where this stuff is coming from? See how they pervert? How they pervert natural law, in this case the Hermetic law, the Great Mother Typhoon, all right? Degradate her. Okay, so to her transcendent beauty, they made what was beautiful and wonderful into something that's perverted. She was called the rainbow, having 7 colors, or the 7 stars in one. All right, y'all? So there's another one. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This paragraph here. She's called the Great Mother Nature. And I'm not going to read that. I'm just going to point it out. Do y'all see the celestial ship of the north is called the Great Mother Nature? See? The ship of the north. The ship of life. The Holy Spirit. Y'all see this paragraph? Read that. Okay, it's pretty straightforward, right, y'all? It's pretty straightforward. All right, so Virgo, Venus, both trace back to the Great Mother Typhoon. So for the Moorish American flag, that green star, Virgo traces back to the Great Mother Typhoon. Hold on, y'all. Black coffee with honey. Vietnamese coffee tastes really delicious. I've been here long enough where I can distinguish between imported and exported coffee. Yeah, been here a long time. I can't believe I've been here 6 years. Or going into 6 years. Anyway, y'all, let's keep going. Let me say this. Are there any Moors who are listening to this? I'm not saying anything as though I'm the authority. I'm sharing the way I see things. So if you disagree, I know it's different from what you have learned or been taught. So, just have an open mind and research the circumpolar zodiac projection on your own. Research these things on your own. Okay? All right, so let's continue. Venus has the third face of Scorpio, or third 10 degrees, a face of war, violence. See, they're saying that the Great Mother is warlike. The Great Mother is violent. The Great Mother is a drunkard and a rapist and a fornicator. Correlate this back to what we talked about on page 24 of the Celestial Ship of the North. Let me say it again. So we see this commonly. This is all throughout the solar zodiac. Our history is presented in an extremely negative light. All right? So this is page 24 again of the Celestial Ship of the North. The biblical account of the war in heaven is explained astronomically. Y'all remember Babylon the Great, the horror. Okay, this is a remix, the casting of the Great Mother Typhoon in a very negative light. The war in heaven is explained astronomically when Typhoon and Sut, or the northern constellation of the Great Bear, and the glowing star dog, a dog star in the south, that's the celestial, that's the clock of destiny, prove false in their time reckoning, causing their own degradation, their own downfall. Okay? So now we're seeing the degradation as a result of the downfall. And the Solarites from Osirian forward to today, the Catholic Church, all the Christian religions, the Judaism and Islam, what do they say about us? Criminals. That's how they brand us. Y'all would be surprised how many people I meet overseas. They expect for me, and they're actually shocked. Some people have even gotten angry because they expected that I would be, they can look at me and tell my nativity. Sometimes they get it wrong, but rarely. But they look and they expect stereotypical person that they see in a hip hop video. And I don't behave, I don't present like that at all. And I've never been into hip hop. I remember when rap first came out, I liked it, but when it got negative and gangster rap, I ain't like that. I didn't associate myself with it. But these stereotypes follow you all around the world. Okay? So anyway, let's continue. In this sign, Venus has detriment. In Scorpio, Venus has detriment, and the moon falls. Oh, you mean the woman with the moon at her feet? From the foregoing, you will perceive that no part of the sign Scorpio is good in any respect. From the foregoing, you will perceive, from what you just read about Scorpio, you will see that no part of Scorpio is good in any respect. That no part of the Moors are good in any respect. That no part of the circumpolar zodiac, the celestial ship of the north, is good in any respect. I just read to you why on page 27, on page 24. Did y'all see that? I'm not making it up. Right here. Last paragraph. Hold on. Why is it like that? Hold on. Look at the last paragraph. Hold on, y'all. Wait. Let me see if I can do this a little bit differently. I'm trying to do this without knocking everything off the table. Can y'all see that? I don't see it. Hold on. There we are. Look at the last paragraph. From the foregoing, you will perceive that no part of Scorpio is good in any respect. And Scorpio, they're talking about the ancient mother Typhoon, the celestial ship of the north, the circumpolar zodiac, the Moors, the autochthonous men and women. Huh? Y'all see where my fingers are? Read it. Read where my fingers are. See, it was the Egyptian Osirians who cast out and condemned the ancient typhoon and who changed the star god into Sebek Ra, the sun god. Then they placed upon his head a pair of horns, and he became the ram or lamb, symbolized by the zodiac sign Aries. And when the sun sun passed into Aries, Aries became typical of the change of one pole star to another. This casting out of the old mother took place when, y'all? When theology turned many of these ancient myths into religious history. That was 4,000 to 4,500 BC under Pharaoh Menes. The two northern constellations of the Great Bear, called the primal pair, became humanized as parents of our race. That's Adam and Eve. Did y'all get that? The two northern constellations of the Great Bears, that would be Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, became humanized. They were personified as the parents of our race. So when the author says our, what are they talking about? Humanized, Han Uman, our, and were placed in the Garden of Eden, called the Mount. That's Mount Moru, y'all, which is Zion. Mount Zion. In which stood the tree or pole. So the tree of life is the pole, extending from the north to the southern celestial pole region, with the snake twining up it, or climbing up it. Okay, y'all see that? Each twine represents a change in the pole star. Y'all got it? The fall of man was introduced when the earlier stars, as timekeepers, we just read about that on page 24, were found not to be keeping correct time. Who? The Solarites made that claim. The Solarites made that claim. That's just an excuse, an alibi to wage war, to start these solar religions, to start the solar religions and to dumb the people down, so that they were called laggers. Who's called laggers, y'all? Oh, them niggas lazy. As soon as we get out of bondage, we become lazy, right? The imperfect, listen to this, the imperfect creations preceded the perfect. So the Moors were created imperfect. And then the hybrids, who are made from the egg of a Moabite woman and the sperm of a chimpanzee, that real black one. That's why they call them negroes, niggas, are perfect. See, this is evolution, right? The least complex evolving to become greatly complex. Of course, that goes against the laws of thermodynamics, right? But anyway, that's what it is. Y'all see where this stuff has its origin, and they're still playing this game on us today. The earlier attempts at time reckoning, they're talking about the circumpolar zodiac, the circle 7, clock of destiny. The earlier attempts at time reckoning by the stars had failed. Do y'all see it? All right. Oh, I have to say this too. I'm gonna read this. Error. That means wrongdoing, right? Wrongdoing, miscalculation, error, and darkness. Remember ancient darkness? The ancient darkness. Oh, when you close your eyes is dark. Okay? Mentalism, gender, that's all dark. Close your eyes. Error and darkness, our ancestors call ancient darkness what they call God today. Error and darkness had their beginning together. Did y'all hear that? Think about that. This is a violation of the laws of thermodynamics. Error and darkness had their beginning together. You mean so it started off, but it was wrong when it started off. But somehow or another, it corrected itself. It became smarter. It fixed the errors. No, that's not how things work. When the wheels fall off, the wheels fall off. No. It was created perfect in the way that it was supposed to be. Not created, it was formed perfectly. This is consistent with the laws of thermodynamics. Systems don't go from least complex to greater complexity. They go from greatest complexity to decline. In other words, baby comes out, baby matures, right? Becomes a full-grown man or a woman. And then as the battery runs out, the fleshly body begins to decline. But if you maintain it with proper nutrition and everything else, stay hydrated, you last a long time. But eventually, the energy source will decline. And then you return to the dust. This is the life cycle. So you go from great complexity to what? Things start breaking down, lesser complexity. And then eventually it goes out. So this is a life cycle, right? This is spring, summer, winter, and fall. So let me look at some of the comments. Felix writes, the tree of life, the lamb caught in the thicket and found by Abraham. Yes. The burning bush, all the same. The Asherah pole, the totem pole, absolutely. The maypole for Catholics, the caduceus for what? Unable to change the folk. Okay. The caduceus poles. I got a crazy message on my screen. Okay, y'all? Everyone see that? It is said in the Apocrypha, quote unquote, their beginning was with sinners. So the autochthonous Moors, the aboriginal, the first fathers, or the first men rather, they're saying we're sinners. Do y'all see page 24 of the Celestial Ship of the North? The defamation of the original people. Do y'all see it? And of the circumpolar zone. Everything about us. Let's just call it the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers and our character. The defamation of us. All right? Quote unquote from the Apocrypha. Their beginning was with sinners. The true doctrine of fall, capital F-A-L-L, belongs to the hidden wisdom, known only to teachers who have kept its meaning unsullied. And then it goes on and on and on. Okay, so let's go back to to page 209. All right. So that last paragraph we read was, for the foregoing you will perceive that no part of the sign of Scorpio, who are the Moors, the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, Circle 7, clock of destiny, natural law, is good in any respect. So they replaced it with the solar zodiac, the solar religions, and dogmatic religious beliefs, and they hid time cycles. They hid the workshop of the mind, and they gave you an external God, and they hid natural law. And here you are. Look at you. So brainwashed, so mentally damaged, and the self-image and self-esteem has been so severely damaged that this stuff is right in front of your faces. Not just with me here, but all over. But y'all still, I'm talking about the masses of the people, but y'all still act in a way that hurts yourself. You act against your own, what's the expression? You act against your own best interest. That's what it is. You're acting against your own best interest. Why? Because of the reasons I just said. So you're out of your mind. And as the sign Libra is conjoined to Scorpio, it is but a quote unquote, oh, we read this already. I don't want to read that. So let's skip all of that. That, if y'all want that, that's in the class I did, the video before this one. Okay, so page 210, 2 plus 1 is 3, plus 0 is 3. Okay, first perfect number. So let's see what we can get. I'm going to start at the paragraph in the middle, because we covered this other stuff at the top in the last class. So it is James and John, the sons of Zebedee, the partners of Simon and Judas Iscariot, Simon's son, 3 fishermen, who comprise a watery trigon in this circle. A circle is a cycle of 12. Fishermen, Pisces, right? And as we know, John took the mother of Jesus, or Isis, or Isis, or what y'all? ISSA, the great mother typhoon, Virgo, right? The remix of Virgo, to his home, and it became her home. And the sign Cancer, the other watery sign is Pisces, must be equivalent to James. Herein is proof positive of the zodiacal sign Scorpio representing Judas Iscariot. Do y'all see that? Judas Iscariot was a traitor, right? Against his own people. Oh, that sounds like a lot of the blacks. There's one thing you can count on blacks. They're going to turn against each other. They don't support each other, right? They're going to turn against each other. Especially if you offer them a Scooby snack. The black people will turn their mother in for a Scooby snack. Y'all know it's true. Don't get mad at me. You know it's true. You know how the blacks are. You can count on them. You can count on them to turn against each other, right? Because why? Not because they're inherently bad, but it's their conditioning. They're on the Jesus juice. They're on the Jesus juice. Right? They've been conditioned to break natural law. And the unfortunate thing about it is that they think that it's somehow glamorous and manly to hurt each other. That's the conditioning. Okay, that's the conditioning. But when it comes to challenging the colonizers, who are their gods? The colonizers are their gods. They get all scared. Y'all see? Those are niggas. In astrology, we are taught that Saturn is exalted in Libra. Isn't that interesting? Saturn is exalted in Libra. Saturn will bring you tests, according to the story. Saturn will help you develop yourself into a more resourceful, capable man or woman. And Libra, that's the scales of justice, ma'at. That's the covenant of grace. That's the full enjoyment and possession of your birthright. Isn't that interesting? So that you will undergo a multitude of tests, hardships, situations and circumstances. You'll be tested. Do y'all see that? To do what? To do what? To stop drinking that Jesus juice. Or to get out of the solar religions and return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers so you can take possession of your birthright, which is Deuteronomy chapter 30 and Deuteronomy chapter 28. The blessings, right? Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1 through 14. I'm talking about the literal sense, through civics, through enforcing the Constitution and the treaty. Reversion, exercising your right to reversion of a state. Let me see if I have something here. I haven't done this in a long time. I hope I have something here. Let me give y'all. If I have it, I'm going to go through it. I don't have it. Do I have it? I'm looking for some writs. I'm gonna have to start carrying my my other book. Hold on, y'all. Let me show y'all. Okay, so the 10th Amendment, this is one of my favorite amendments. The 10th Amendment, look at what it says. This is the Constitution for the United States of North America. Look at this. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are what, y'all? Are reserved to who? The states respectively, or to the people? To the people. So what is this telling you? First of all, it's my opinion that they threw the states in there. That's my opinion. They threw the states in there. I don't think that was originally there. I think they threw that in there. But these are the reserved rights of the people. So anything that a state can do, a people can do, we the people can do. Now, I'm not talking about a state of, I'm talking about in the organic constitution, the Republican form of government, right? So since these state ofs are democracies, well, what does that tell you? You have a superior position over them. Do y'all see that? What are the reserved rights of the people? The executive power, the legislative power, and the judicial power. But you must be in your proper person, your nationality as a Moorish American. Okay, and you do this with the Constitution and enforcing the treaty. So let me show y'all how this has been done. I'm gonna start carry, rainy season is over, so I should start carrying around those cases again, because you never know. I never know when I'm gonna have a chance to use it. Yeah, I don't have cases in this one. Y'all go to enforcetheconstitution.org, all right, and you'll see a bunch of cases in there where Moors have used the reserved rights of the people. And you think about that. They're reserved rights of the people. Why reserved? Because they come from us anyway. Read the preamble. No, okay, so I see case laws. So yeah, well, I don't have cases, but maybe I can share some case law with y'all. So I got this from enforcetheconstitution.org. Y'all can download this yourself too. Hold on. Let me see where I want to start. Where do I want to start? Let's go to jurisdiction. Okay, Joyce versus United States, 474, 2D, 215. There is no discretion to ignore lack of jurisdiction. I'm just reading this, okay, y'all. Maine versus Thribaltot, 100.S.CT, 2501, 1980. Quote, unquote, the law provides that once state and federal jurisdiction have been challenged, it must be proven. Basso versus Utah, Power and Light Company, 495 F.2D, 906, 910, quote unquote. Jurisdiction can be challenged at any time. And jurisdiction, once challenged, cannot be assumed and must be decided. That's the key. Who's going to decide? Well, you have the reserved rights. The rights are reserved to you in your proper status. You're going to decide. That's why I was hoping I had the cases so I could show y'all where Moors have decided these cases. Dismissed cases and then decided the cases. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Oh, yeah. Remember, the natural law is don't harm anyone, don't injure anyone, don't steal. So let's look at injured party. Okay, this is Tinsley versus Pagliaro, 229 F.SUPP.647, quote unquote. Statements of counsel in their briefs or arguments are not sufficient purposes of granting a motion to dismiss or for summary judgment. I'm getting cold. It's cold in here. I need to tell them to turn off this this air conditioning. Allen versus Wright, 468 U.S. 737 751 1984, quote unquote. The requirement of standing, however, has a core component. Oh, this is the one I like. Derived directly from the Constitution. A plaintiff must allege, see that? A plaintiff must allege what? Personal injury. This is the natural law. In the natural law, you see it having origin in the Constitution, as this decision is showing you. A plaintiff must allege personal injury, fairly traceable to the defendant's allegedly unlawful conduct and likely to be redressed by the requested relief. Okay, so that's the natural law. Do no harm, do no injury. Okay, so if there's no injured party, there's no case. But guess what? Guess what? If you're not a party to the Constitution, you can't bring a case anyway. If you're a foreigner, Felix writes, hold on. If you're a foreigner, you can't bring a case, right? It becomes a matter of treaties. So Felix writes, the star Jupiter is between the horns of Taurus, started months ago and will be there for a little over a year. Same thing, the ancient scene. This would be very important to them. The Aquarius figure is pouring water on the star Saturn. It will be there for a little more than 2 years. This would also be important to ancients. Also happening now, star Mars is starting to travel through Gemini, the twins or the mountain. Also important to them, but it will be quick, a couple of months or so. Okay, thanks, Felix. Oh, excuse me. All right, y'all. So this is diversity. Well, I'm talking about diversity of citizenship now, or diversity of nationality. Two different peoples, two different nationalities. Okay, one bringing the claim to another. All right, so this is diversity of nationality going back to the Constitution. All right, so if there's a 14th Amendment citizen who has who's bringing a case against a Moor, who has a superior position, the Moor, because the 14th Amendment citizen, that's a corporation. It's not even alive. That's a bondman or woman. In other words, it's property. It's property. Okay, people versus SAP, 73P.3D 433, 467, Cal 2003, quote unquote. In every criminal trial, the prosecution must prove the corpus delicti, or the body of the crime itself, i.e., the fact of injury, loss, or harm. There's a natural law again. And the existence of a criminal agency as it's called. So if that's not there, in other words, the state of this and the state of that, any corporation cannot bring a case against a Moor. A Moor who has not contracted his rights away in exchange for privileges and benefits. In other words, the Moor may not even be aware of it. For example, through a marriage license or a driver's license. That's why we have to terminate those contracts or live within them by reserving our rights if we just have to have it. Okay, y'all, so there's an example. And then, of course, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836, between the Moroccan Empire and the United States of North America that I talked about earlier, specifically states the nationality of Moors and the nationality of U.S. citizens. At that time, it would have been state citizens, not 14th Amendment citizens. So who has a superior position? Well, the beneficiaries of the trust, the Moors. Penhallow versus Doan's Administrator, 3 U.S. 54, 1 L.ed 57, quote unquote. Inasmuch as every government is an artificial person in abstraction, and the creation of the mind only. A government can interface only with other artificial persons. This is the 14th Amendment. Citizenship status is an artificial person. The imaginary having neither actuality nor substance. But remember, y'all, mores are the substance and subject matter of the law. All right? So the imaginary, or these corporate fictions, 14th Amendment citizens, etc., having neither actuality nor substance, okay? They're talking about the government here specifically, is foreclosed from creating and attempting parity, that's equality, with the tangible. That's why they put the Moors in a state of mind where they don't know who they are, and made them into corporate fictions to gain jurisdiction over them, right? Because now they have jurisdiction and authority over these blacks and other Moors, whatever colors they're calling y'all. The legal manifestation of this is that no government, as well as any law, agency, aspect, court, etc. Did y'all get that? This is why if these people who are being turned immigrants, who are actually Moors, if they knew all of this information, they wouldn't be going anywhere. They wouldn't go anywhere. They'd be right where they're at and not have to worry about a thing. But they don't know who they are, right? So the legal manifestation of this is that no government, as well as any law, that would include ICE, right? As well as any law, agency, that would include any executive order, aspect, court, etc., can concern itself with anything other than corporate artificial persons and the contracts between them. Y'all see that? Anyway, so we don't have cases, so I can't show you what I really want to show you, but y'all can download that. Y'all can download the cases. I think all the cases are on, they're on enforcetheconstitution.org. But I hope everyone can see how astrotheology and civics, all of this stuff, they're synergistic. They come from the stars. That's where all of this stuff comes from. Okay, I already read that. And I need to drink some water. So in astrology, we are taught that Saturn is exalted in Libra, which sign enters into or goes unto Scorpio. Now, as the evilly disposed influence of Saturn, y'all remember Saturn is Soot. Saturn is Soot planetarized. So now they're calling Saturn evil. Soot is the hour hand of the clock of destiny. Now, as the evilly disposed influence of Saturn is called in the Jain religion Satan. We can quote again from St. Luke, chapter 12, verse 1. Now, the feast of unleavened bread drew nigh, which is called the Passover, feast of unleavened. So that's in the autumn, right? So that's the autumn Passover. So unleavened bread, so this would be Virgo. Also what? In the Bible, Bethlehem. New Testament, Bethlehem. 3, then Satan entered into Judas, surnamed Iscariot, being of the number of 12. Satan is exalted in Libra. Do y'all get that? This is telling you what time of the year it is. Then Satan, this is Saturn, entered into Judas, surnamed Iscariot. Okay, so this is the fall. And Saturn is exalted in Libra. Do y'all see it? Okay, 5. And they covenanted to give him money. So the covenant, remember the covenants are the fall equinox and the spring equinox. Those are the 2 covenants. Do y'all see this is purely astrological? 6. And he promised and sought opportunity to betray unto them. But behold, the hand of him that betrayeth, that would be Scorpio. Again, fall, right? But again, the hand that betrayeth me is with me on the table. The table is of course Libra. Does everyone see it? All right. Let the reader remember that Libra is a table. So let me share this with y'all. All right, y'all can pause it on the replay to read it. And so there's the next one. Wait. There we are. All right, y'all. All right. You have to remember, these stories are vastly older than the Gospels. Luke 22, verse 43. And there appeared an angel, an angle. Libra is an angle, and the angle of the west, right? The angle of the west, where the SUN sun falls or goes under the horizon on September 22nd or thereabout, unto him from heaven, strengthening him. Okay, y'all. So Libra falls below the celestial equator on or around September 21. Okay? Astrological. All right, 44. And being in agony, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was as it were great drops of blood falling to the ground. So these drops of blood would be the blood of the grapes, right? The blood of the grapes during vintage season, winemaking season. So vintage is a technical term used for winemaking, y'all. All right? So the end of winemaking season is September 29th. So sweat, let's say the sweat is water. Well, JC's first miracle was what? Turning water into wine. Where the rain comes down in the spring, the snow melts, it rains, the spring showers, right? Waters the vegetation, the sun heats up the earth, and then the grapes begin to grow, and then the grapes become mature, and then in July, the intense heat of the sun, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, fecundates the earth, meaning all that intense sunlight energy that goes into the soil and into the leaves of the plants, it becomes so great that it ripens the vegetation and the fruit. This is the fecundation that's being talked about. And now the water gets turned into wine when you take the sweet grapes off the vine and you crush them, you stomp on them, and you get sweet grape juice, which you can then ferment and make wine. So therefore water is turned into wine. Do y'all get it? And I think it's, what is it, Isaiah 63 maybe, where the verse is about the Most High, the vengeance of the Most High, and remember, blood up to his all clothes are red. And let me hold on. Sometimes I forget. Yeah, God's day of vengeance. So Isaiah 63. Let's take a look. Who is this coming from? Edom. Now y'all remember Scorpio. Scorpio is Obadiah. Who is this coming from? Edom, from Basra, with his garments stained crimson, stained red. Who is this? Robed in splendor, strided forward in the greatness of his strength. It is I, proclaiming victory, mighty to save. Why are your garments red, like those of one treading in a winepress? I have trodden the winepress alone. From the nations no one was with me. I trampled them in my anger and trod them down in my wrath. Their blood spattered my garments, and I stained all my clothing. It was for me the day of vengeance. Well, guess what? The day of vengeance simply means winemaking. That verse is talking about vintage winemaking, the winemaking process and season, which was remixed into dogmatic religion, a dogmatic religious belief that God is going to come kill Eden, etc., etc., etc. Okay? So the blood is actually the blood of the grapes. All right? So let's go back to page 211. This is a beautiful illustration of the declining sun. So the sun declining in elevation from June 22nd or thereabout, as it declines in elevation or falls. All right? Or falls. Okay. So this is a beautiful illustration of the declining sun at the end of hot September day, tinging the clouds with red, whose reflections in the water seem like great drops of blood. Now let me go back to the Moorish flag. Now y'all have an open mind if you are into astrology. If you're an astrologer, have an open mind, okay? Or if you're a Moor and you've been taught what you've been taught, just have an open mind, okay? Don't get upset. Now, what if this green star is the Great Mother Typhoon, and then the red background represents what, y'all? The topic we're talking about right now. This is a beautiful illustration of the declining sun at the end of a hot September day, tinging the clouds with red, whose reflections in the water seem like great drops of blood. What if this is talking about the harvest or the covenant of grace, the birthright, y'all, with the celestial ship of the north, the Great Mother Typhoon, and the red representing the birthright, the harvest. Okay, y'all, the covenant of grace. Okay, so verse 47, quote unquote. And while he yet spake, behold, a multitude, and he was called Judas, one of the 12, for them. That is, the degrees of the next sign arise, headed by Scorpio or Judas, verse 50. And one of them smote the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. St. John chapter 13, verse 26, quote unquote. Jesus answered, he it is to whom I shall give a sop when I have dipped it. And when he had dipped the sop, he gave it to Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon. Now mark well, brothers of the mystic tie, the manner of handling a sop. That is, the manner which betrays. And take notice that a right ear was lost, and that his work was about completed, as that it was a servant's ear. Scorpio is a servant. Y'all got that? Scorpio is a servant. Who's a servant, y'all, according to them? The black man, the colored, the Negro is a servant. I'll never forget, in a Watchtower magazine, sometime in the I think it was early 1900s, late 1800s, I think, where they said that the black man, the Negro, is a servant, the best servant, and he likes being a servant, or so. I'm paraphrasing. But remember, not just a Watchtower, this is the colonizer's mentality. Scorpio is a servant. Let me show y'all that. Maybe y'all won't believe me. Okay, let me show you. Look at my thumb. Y'all see that? Scorpio is a servant. Scorpio, these are the autochthonous men and women, or the Moors. Okay? This is the circumpolar zodiac, the original people. All right? Do y'all see it? Scorpio is a servant. Now let's turn to the astrological meaning. As the harvest is ripe and about to be gathered, the leaves are falling and covering the earth, which is already bare. So is nature. And cold and frosty nights ensue, depositing on the leaves dampness and moisture like sweat. Uh-oh. Remember JC had drops of sweat on his face as if blood. Okay? And cold and frosty nights cause deposits on the leaves, dampening a dampness and moisture like sweat, tinging the leaves with red and brown. Okay, so y'all know when blood breaks down, it becomes brownish, right? And an unnatural heat ensues during the day from this humidity and the period called the Indian summer or fall summer ensues, deceiving in every way. For it is the season of malarial exhalations, conducive to deathly diseases. It is the season of betrayal. It is not the heat of the sun, but the humidity and interrupted exhalations of Mother Earth, or the sweat of the son of Isis and Osiris, the child of the Virgin. Nature is red, and the mark of the serpent is over all. The Eschuan sun has passed over the line, and his declination increases southward. He is on his journey, and the light of our northern hemisphere is to be shone by his rays and to grow weaker and weaker. But until he gets well into Scorpio, on the place of the old Tau cross, that's the Tau cross, right? Where his strength ceases, the story would be incomplete. Here the days rapidly grow shorter. The light begins to depart. See John chapter 12, verse 35. Then Jesus said to them, yet a little while longer is the light with you. 36. While ye have light, believe in the light, that ye may be children of the light. On and on and on. So someone else just came in the room, so I'm going to stop it right here. Okay, y'all. Thanks for joining me. Assalamu alaikum. Islam to all the Moors. Shalawama.